draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nancy Cordes, live from the United Center in Chicago, and welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides. For the next 4 nights, Democrats will rally around the party's presidential pick, Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight's theme is for the people, and we've been told that many of the speakers tonight will be paying tribute to President Joe Biden as he prepares to pass the torch to his vice president. Less than a month ago, the president was slated to close out the convention, but tonight he's set to deliver the keynote address on night 1 after he stepped aside from the presidential race at the urging of Democratic leaders. You see him there a few moments ago doing a walkthrough on stage. His wife, the First Lady, did the same. Biden is expected to tout tonight the things he and Harris have achieved together and contrast Harris's vision for the country with former President Trump's. To kick things off tonight, I am joined by 2 of the best in the business, Robert Costa and Ed O'Keefe, who are both here at the United Center as well. Ed is down on the floor. Ed, things are getting started. Set the scene for us. What should we expect tonight on night 1 of the convention, and what does the list of speakers tell us about what the party wants to convey?
Nancy, great to be with you from the floor of the United Center. This is one of the largest arenas in the country, and it's going to hold about 4,000 Democratic delegates and their friends and donors tonight. We're going to hear from a series of speakers designed to begin drawing contrast and concern with what Donald Trump is out on the stump talking about, and then a sense of sort of the future of the party, and then, of course, a big tribute to President Biden and his family and his more than 5 decades of public service. You'll hear from people like the New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin, 2 of perhaps the more spirited members of the Democratic Party, at least on Capitol Hill. Former Secretary of State and First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, the first Democrat to try taking on Donald Trump, will also speak tonight. And it'll be capped by a tribute to the president and his family, with a pretty stirring tribute, we're told. First Lady will speak. His daughter, Ashley Biden, will introduce him. And then the president is expected to speak not only a little bit about his legacy, but then literally and figuratively try to hand off the baton to Vice President Harris and set the Democratic Party forward into the 78 or so days remaining in this race.
We're also going to hear from several governors tonight, lots of lawmakers, lots of union leaders. Bob, you and I have a bird's eye view up here. This room will be filled with thousands of Democratic delegates in a couple of hours. You spoke to President Biden recently. You interviewed him. His legacy is something he thinks about. How is he going to weave that into his speech tonight, and what does he want to achieve?
Based on my reporting, he is going to talk about his presidency, but put Vice President Harris front and center as his governing partner, making the case as both a friend, a confidant, and a president that she is ready for the job, that she was at his side during many key decisions. But coursing through this speech will be some of the themes of his own presidency. He believes firmly that he is someone who believes in the preservation of democracy. He's an advocate for it. And he's going to talk about, maybe not in direct terms, former President Donald Trump, but about the stakes of this election and imploring Democrats to get behind this ticket. And he has a coalition that goes back more than a half century in national politics, back to his election to the Senate in 1972. Labor, traditional Democratic constituencies. You can expect him tonight to talk about Vice President Harris in a visceral, personal way and a professional way, but also really try to rally labor, workers, traditional Democrats, working Democrats to make sure they have the same enthusiasm for her and Governor Walz as they did for him months ago.
This is really going to be such an unusual and historic night because all of the delegates in this arena were chosen. They're all here because they were loyal to Joe Biden, who until last month was the nominee, but now he is passing the torch to his vice president. And so that makes the atmosphere here really bittersweet, Ed. You spoke to one of the most well-known loyalists today. Tell us about what he said this night will be like.
Well, to your point about bittersweet, when the president was out here a little while ago doing his sound check, one of the reporters asked him, is this a bittersweet moment? The president looked at him and just said, it's going to be a memorable moment. So perhaps a slight acknowledgement that it is bittersweet, because remember, he didn't get a convention of his own 4 years ago, at least one that involved thousands of people. Earlier today, we spoke with the man who succeeded Biden in the Senate, Christopher Coons, one of his closest confidants on Capitol Hill, about this moment for the Biden family, for the Delaware Democratic Party that he's been a part of for so long, and whether or not this is exactly how it was supposed to end. Take a listen. How hard do you think it is for him to go out this way, knowing that this was all being organized for him originally?
This was his choice. He always was clear-eyed that the most important thing he could do was to make sure that Donald Trump isn't reelected. In 2020, I'll remind you, we had a very different convention. It was virtual because we were in the middle of a terrible pandemic, a terrible economic near collapse, and then right before his inauguration, the assault on the Capitol, he became president. Kamala Harris became vice president in a really tough time. He's going to get to stand on the stage tonight and reflect on those last 4 years and just how much he's gotten done.
Coons said that the Democratic Party of Delaware this morning at breakfast all gathered to sort of swap stories about Biden, his legacy, what he's meant to them, what he's meant to the country and to the party. We can expect some pretty emotional scenes from them down here on the floor later tonight when the president and first lady address the crowd. Nancy.
Yeah, and White House officials insist the president is in a good mood and he's taking this all in stride. We'll get a chance to judge for ourselves when he speaks later tonight. Bob, I want to ask you about the Republicans, because initially President Trump said he was going to lay low over the last couple of weeks until this convention was over. He didn't want to counter-program. Now he's counter-programming like there's no tomorrow. He did an event in York, Pennsylvania today. He did an event in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania over the weekend. Why the change in strategy?
Well, they're sitting up straight right now inside of the Trump campaign, and they're bringing in new people like his former advisor, Corey Lewandowski, to give it more of a war room mentality, because they see the polls. They think it's a tight race. They think former President Trump is well positioned to win this race when you talk to the Trump high command. At the same time, they see Vice President Harris uniting the Democratic Party, doing well in battleground polls, and they want former President Trump out on the campaign trail, making sure his core voters are animated for him and participating. And one thing that's interesting, it's been brought back to me in conversations recently, how in August 2016, Trump seemed done against Secretary Clinton, who's speaking tonight at the convention here in Chicago. And many Trump people at the time thought the race was effectively over. He was able to focus in September and October of 2016 and ultimately win the White House. So they're looking now to focus as the fall approaches. Can Trump get a bit more of a message on the economy, a sharper attack on Vice President Harris? Can he make the border an issue more than ever? And that's going to be a challenge for him, because the Democrats, as every party does, get a bump out of every convention. But it is only August. I just spoke to Bill Daley at Manny's Deli, one of the great spots in Chicago, and he said this is a lifetime between now and November.
Right. A month ago, we thought that Joe Biden would be the nominee. Robert Costa here with me, Ed O'Keefe on the floor. Thank you both so much. We'll be talking to you both in a little bit. Former President Donald Trump just spoke to CBS News. Here is some of his exclusive conversation with our Caitlin Huey-Burns.
Mr. President, great to see you. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
You just gave a speech on the economy. You talked about lowering taxes for families. Do you support a child tax credit?
Well, I was the one that did the child tax credit, and I do support it, and I want to have it. But we're going to
$5,000, as J.D. Vance suggested?
We have 2 forms, even 3 forms, and as you know, it gets negotiated with Congress. But we're doing the maximum. My daughter Ivanka was very involved in that, if you remember. She wanted it more than anybody. She understood it better than anybody, wanted it more than anybody. And the answer is yes, we will take care of children in this country. We're going to take care of our seniors. We're going to have no tax on Social Security for our seniors. We're going to have no tax on tips, which was sort of stolen from us, as you know, by Kamala, but we're gonna take care of our people. But we're also going to make sure that we are a great manufacturing hub again. That's why we're here. This plant, which would have trouble if things that we want to do don't happen. We have to create our industrial base. We have to create jobs in this country. We just can't keep losing them. And as you heard, 350,000 jobs were lost this year in manufacturing. That's hard to believe. That's a hard thing to believe.
I do want to ask about your opponent, Kamala Harris, the vice president. You have criticized her appearance. You've criticized her intelligence. Is that the message to win over those moderate voters that you're going to need in the middle?
No, I don't think so. I think that the message is what a bad job they've done. I mean, if you look at this economy, if you look at inflation, and, you know, I love this country. I have to do what it takes to win. I have to get this country going because we're going to lose our country. We're very close to losing our country. And if you look at what inflation, which was caused by them, with all of the things that they did, I handed them essentially no inflation. And inflation has destroyed our country. It's known, you know, inflation is known throughout the generations as a country buster. Well, we've suffered some of the worst inflation that any country has ever suffered. And we're not going to let that happen. We have to stop them. So I'm not a fan of hers because what she did is she actually signed the Inflation Reduction Act. It was her vote. It was a tie vote. She, as vice president, had the final decision, and she signed it. That is what gave us, and their bad energy policy is what gave us tremendous inflation, which frankly is killing our country.
Does the fact that she is a woman change your calculus about how you approach this race?
No, it doesn't, except that it's pretty unfair. I'm running against one person. He got 14 million votes. He's running and doing well, and perhaps he had a bad debate, perhaps I had a good debate, but he's running, and that's my opponent. All of a sudden they say, listen, we don't like you anymore because you're losing by a lot, so we're taking you out, we're going to give somebody else. So right in the middle of the campaign, really much more toward the end of the campaign, they take somebody out, they put in a new person who got there with no votes. It's very, I mean, it's very, it's a terrible thing for our country. They talk about destroying democracy. They are destroying democracy. They take somebody who didn't get one vote, and the bosses of the Democrat Party just put her there. I think she's going to do very badly. Actually, I think she's going to be easier than Biden, because when people hear that she believes in a Marxist philosophy, which she does, people didn't know all the things that we're bringing out right now. They didn't know it. Her father is a Marxist professor. She believes in Marxism. This country will not sustain that. This country is not going to go for that.
All right, you've been listening to Caitlin Huey Burns' exclusive interview with former President Donald Trump as he claims that Kamala Harris adheres to a Marxist philosophy. She has never professed that. But nevertheless, you're going to hear more of that interview in our next hour on the Daily Report with John Dickerson. So stick around for that. We're going to go now, though, to CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, who joins us from New York. Anthony, it's so good to see you. You released a big new poll over the weekend. Tell us what you found when it comes to the way voters view Harris and how it compares to the way that they saw Joe Biden.
Hey, Nancy. Yeah, and that's central, right? He's going to speak tonight. And the thing it's going to set up here for Kamala Harris is just how she compares, where she's similar and where she's different. So start with this. Democrats, 3/4 of them rate his presidency as excellent or good. That compares very differently to voters overall, majority of whom say fair or poor. You just heard he was trailing Donald Trump before Harris became the nominee, and that's one reason why. But what's also interesting here is that Democrats have actually moved in a more positive direction on Joe Biden since the spring. And for context, Nancy, it wasn't so much that they didn't like him or his policies. It was that they didn't think he could win. And so that was important when many of them said that he ought to step aside. And what that sets up finally here, Nancy, is this balancing act that Kamala Harris is going to have to really engage in as she talks about how similar or how different she is from Joe Biden. And here's what I mean. Bulk of voters say they think she's mostly the same in policies and views, but not entirely the same. Well, you saw that Democrats still like him, so she's got to play to that. But of course, the Trump campaign is going to try to tie her to Joe Biden in that space on entirely the same. And that's where that fight within the fight, I think, is going to play out, Nancy.
Anthony, you also found that the gender gap is widening with Harris as the nominee. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and I think that's probably going to become, if not the defining thing, one of the defining things of this election by gender gap. Here's what I mean. More women voting for Harris, more men voting for Trump. But here's a why part of that, Nancy, and that is that more women think that Kamala Harris will fight for people like them. And this is important, too, getting back to this idea of the economy. Women give her more benefit of the doubt on the economy than they gave to Joe Biden. So Democrats have to close that gap with Donald Trump because he has the advantage on it. But it seems to then start with women voters, where right now on the economy, she's just about even with him, something Joe Biden never was, Nancy.
And we'll see what that looks like after this convention, because a third of voters still say they don't know much about Kamala Harris and her policies. We'll see if that changes after the 4 nights that we're about to experience. Anthony Salvanto, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Straight ahead, Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond joins me for more. You're streaming America Decides live from Chicago on night 1 of the Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
I have fought for children and survivors of sexual assault. I fought against transnational criminal organizations. I took on the biggest banks and helped take down one of the biggest for-profit colleges. I know a predator when I see one.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desired Farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
the contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris could not be more clear. And Kamala Harris has supported our bipartisan border security bill that Donald Trump told Senate Republicans to run away from.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. It is night one. That was Arizona Senator Mark Kelly on Face the Nation yesterday, looking to cast Donald Trump as a divider. Cedric Richmond is here with me now. He is the Harris campaign co-chair and a former senior advisor to President Biden. So good to see you,
Thanks for
Cedric.
having me.
Thank you for being here. So President Biden speaks tonight. This must be a difficult night for him in some ways. This is not how he expected a month ago that this convention would go. How much of his speech is about himself and his legacy, and how much of it is about his vice president?
Well, I think 100% of the speech will be about the American people and how he's played and how he's worked to improve the lives of American people. So if you go back to, let's say, 4 years ago when he decided to run, it wasn't about him. It was about the fact that Donald Trump was a threat to the future of America and he needed to be defeated. So President Biden came off the sidelines and he ran and he won. And he's made every day of his presidency about the American people, not about himself. And so if you look at the decision he made almost 30 days ago, that again was about the future of the country, it was about the American people. And he was not the beneficiary of that decision. And so he decided to pass the baton on to his vice president, Kamala Harris, so that she could fight for the future that Americans deserve without the distractions of fighting both Democrats and Republicans. And again, he has sacrificed his ego, his political future, because he's so concerned about those Americans waking up every day just fighting their butts off just to make ends meet. And so I think that the speech will be about that, but it will also be about the success that they've had over the last 3.5 years. He'll remind people of the mess that he inherited from President Trump, and he'll talk about how we got to where we are today and his accomplishments.
You worked as a senior advisor inside the White House, so you worked alongside Vice President Harris for years. I want to ask you about this deep dive that the New York Times did this weekend into her role as vice president, her successes, the challenges. And what I found so interesting was this quote from Ron Klain, who was a former White House chief of staff. He said, "We were all united behind the idea that she should be successful. We just didn't find the path to do it. I don't think we did a good enough job of selling her." Why do you think that it was hard to sell her? Was that your experience as well?
Well, I don't think it was about selling her. I think it was a couple things. One, about defending her, and two, recognizing the world in which she inherited when she stepped into the vice presidency. I think she was the first person to have a traveling press corps with her as vice president, and I think the expectations were very high. I think that she was very methodical and very thoughtful about the role and the assignments, and she wanted to be the best partner she could to Joe Biden. And remember, when we came in, it was in the height of COVID. People were dying. You couldn't go to their funerals. You couldn't say goodbye at a hospital. All of those things. And so the number one goal in the beginning was getting vaccines out, get the economy back going. And I think that she played a great role of being his partner, getting the votes for the American Recovery Act and doing all of those things. And so, no, we didn't do the job we should have in talking about how successful she was in making sure we passed that legislation, making sure that we were able to do the things that we wanted to do. But I think we underestimated, the White House underestimated the amount of defense that she would need and the attacks that she would face simply because of who she was. And so, that's how I would think about it.
So you're saying there really was no script for a woman as vice president, a woman of color in particular, stepping into that role and how to position them?
Yeah, I don't think there was a script for a woman. And I think that she was playing such a supporting character. She was playing the president's partner. He really, and I've been in those meetings, he really respected her decisions and her thoughts. And we saw him lean into it when it was time to pick a Supreme Court justice. And she was there and she was all in. Mm-hmm. And I just don't think that we let the world know how much she was involved in all of the decisions. And she didn't make the ultimate decision, but in the debate process and the thoughtfulness process, she was always there. She was always involved. And I think that that's a great introduction to being president. It's a great view of what the president has to do, and I know she has the brilliance and the intellect to do it, and I think she has the compassion and the concern for the American people to do it well.
You were part of the vetting team that looked at all of Vice President Harris's top choices for running mate, and she ultimately chose Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. How much of a discussion was it in your meetings, Governor Walz's 1995 DUI arrest and the way that his House campaign described it in a misleading way when he was first running for office in 2005?
Well, we know about it. But what we were focused on is how are we going to deliver for the American people, and who is the best running mate to help make sure that this economy works for everybody, not just the wealthy? And how do we get, like the vice president says all the time, how do we help families not just get by, but get ahead? And that was our overarching concern. That's what we drilled down on. Of course, he talked about the incident. He talked about he's never had a drink since. And he's talked about how he learned from it and how he focuses every day on helping people. And that is the common thread that runs through this campaign, is that this is not about us. We're going to be okay. But this is about those families out there every day. This is about our seniors paying a lot for health care. This is about making sure that people have opportunity. And more important, what Tim Walz brought was the desire to unify this country, whether you're Democrat, Republican, black or white, rural or urban. We're all in this together, and we can all rise together. And that joy that he does it with, combined with her joy, you see the chemistry immediately. And then the contrast. He was a teacher. He was a coach. He was in the armed services. He served in Congress, and he's going to be a great asset when it's time to go to the Hill and pass legislation. So it really was a match made in heaven.
Well, they spent all weekend together, and we'll be hearing from him on night 3 of the convention. Cedric Richmond, campaign co-chair, thanks so much for being with me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Kamala Harris rolled out her economic priorities should she win the election, but how is the plan being received so far? We're going to discuss when we come back. You're streaming America Decides on night 1 of the Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I'll be an ally of the light, not the darkness. It's time for us, for we the people, to come together.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate. Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
The guard is moving in. There's some fighting. I see one guardsman, several guardsmen using their rifles as clubs, hitting the demonstrators.
Wow. That was the scene outside the 1968 Democratic National Convention here in Chicago when anti-Vietnam War protesters marched in the streets. Over half a century later, Democrats gathering here in the Windy City are dealing with protests again, this time over the war in Gaza. Lilia Luciano joins us now. Lilia, you've been out there all day. Tell us what the status is of the protests. Were they as large as they were expected to be? And what should we expect throughout the rest of the week?
Well, Nancy, very different from the 1968 protests so far. Today's protests have been very peaceful. There was a massive gathering, thousands of people. Bear with me, it's hard for me to count numbers of people, but at some point they were talking about 25,000 people expected. That could be throughout the week. Certainly there weren't 25,000 people here at Union Park, but there were thousands upon thousands of people marching through the streets. They still are. There's still about another hour left of this protest. Everything we saw was a very organized protest. Police here in Chicago trained with federal agencies on de-escalation, on making sure that there weren't violent clashes. We've heard from the mayor, we've heard from other city leaders, we've heard from the Secret Service leader here in Chicago, all saying, look, police here in Chicago are making sure that they respect people's First Amendment rights, but they will not tolerate vandalism or violence. We have not seen any of that so far, but there are other protests planned out throughout the week, including one tomorrow at the Israeli consulate, which authorities are keeping a close eye on. There are protests and protesters here calling for abortion rights, for the rights of immigrants, for the rights of the LGBTQ community, and of course, the most massive showing has been to end the war in Gaza, and they're also calling for the U.S. to impose an arms embargo immediately on Israel.
Lilia, was there any opportunity for these protesters to interact with the thousands of delegates who are here or any of the politicians who are speaking here?
You know, that's something that I was asking some of the organizers. I asked, hey, has the has the DNC leadership or the campaigns or the nominee or anybody been in contact with you guys? And they told me no, they have not talked directly to leadership at the DNC. And they did say that some of the delegates, thousands of delegates, many of them are in support of what they're manifesting against, are in support of their protests, but that there hasn't been that opportunity yet. And there is a perimeter wall that was created around the arena to make sure that the protests did not go into the area where the delegates are. I mean, that said, there could have been delegates who came out here, but not officially. I mean, I didn't hear from people saying, look, they came and talked to us, but that's something that could change throughout the week. And what they're saying is if we show up in large numbers, we expect that there will be more pressure on the administration and what I asked some of the protesters, what needs to happen? They said, you know, right now it's a ceasefire and it's stopping military aid to Israel. And that way Democrats could get our votes come November.
But bottom line, on day one of the convention, it was a peaceful protest, which is good news for the law enforcement authorities who have been preparing for this for months. Lilia Luciano, thank you so much. Just A few days ago, Kamala Harris released her first major policy initiative, her plans for the economy. A reporter asked the vice president how she would pay for these policies if elected. Take a listen.
I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment. When you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and in particular the economy of those communities, and investing in a broad-based economy, everybody benefits, and it pays for itself in that way.
So no specific answer there, but Adriana Diaz is here. She has been covering the DNC in Chicago, and she's been covering this issue. Adriana, so good to see you.
Great to see
back
you,
in your
Nancy.
stomping
Yes.
grounds here in Chicago. So you've been talking to voters here, and top of mind for many of them is the economy. What are they saying to you about their situation and how they feel about what they heard from Kamala Harris?
Well, Nancy, we spent the afternoon outside of a discount supermarket and across the street from a Dollar Tree, and every single person we spoke to told us that they are hurting. And we've all heard this before, you know, we all gone out and talked to voters, but there was a level of emotion, I think, underlying everyone's answer today. People feel they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do. You know, one woman we spoke to said that typically she used to go to one supermarket to do all of her shopping, and now things are so bad that instead of going to one place, she has to go to 3 or 4 to pick and choose and hunt for the best prices she can get. She said she still supports Harris, thinks Harris will be good for the economy, and here's what she said. Why do you think Kamala Harris will be better for food prices?
Well, first off, she's a Democrat.
She's a Democrat?
Yeah, she's a Democrat. That's why I resound with this Democrat. I don't know. Like, I know I'm going to vote for her for sure. But
are you voting for her or are you voting against Trump?
That's a very good question. That would be probably against Trump.
You want someone like Trump?
Like Trump. Especially now, you know, people, we're under this control.
Things are out of control?
Yeah, no respect.
So that gentleman is a Trump supporter, and he really talked about chaos. He thinks things are in chaos, not just the economy, but society. And he says that President Biden doesn't have a good handle of things, like, in his view, former President Trump did when Trump was in office. So he thinks Trump will be better for the economy and better for society overall.
You know, our new poll that we released this weekend shows Trump still has an edge when it comes to the economy, though interestingly, Adriana, Harris does a bit better in that poll than Biden did. How big of a focus do you think the economy will be here at this convention, knowing that it's the #1 issue for voters?
That's exactly right, Nancy. I mean, we're here in the arena. Behind us is the stage, and the economy will be center stage tonight. Voters we spoke to repeatedly said that the economy was top of mind. Our new CBS News poll said that the economy was the #1 issue that they're looking at, only followed by inflation, which is another economic issue. So it's something that people really care about and is kind of pervasive through society. We went to a Dollar Tree, a dollar store, and spoke to the manager, and this person said that they've had foot traffic that's gone up. They have been busy. There are a lot of first-time customers who are going, and even the dollar store has had to raise prices themselves. So it's not just $1. Now things at this particular store cost $1.25.
Wow.
So everyone is feeling it, and you know the team, the ticket here is going to try to prove that they are the ones that can fix the economy.
Such a good reminder that even amidst these positive economic indicators, wages going up, inflation coming down, a lot of people still aren't feeling it.
Everyone we spoke to today is not feeling it.
Adriana Diaz, thank you so much. See you again a little later in the night. And coming up next, we're going to bring in our political panel for more analysis from the Democratic National Convention. You are streaming America Decides on night 1 of the DNC. Stick around.
We begin a new chapter tonight. Yes, the world is watching what we do. Yes, America's destiny is ours to choose. So let's be stronger together, my fellow Americans.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, You have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door. This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Cringy today. That lighter moment from the 1996 convention has found itself going viral. Every 4 years, President Biden, the Obamas, and the Clintons are among the high-profile speakers who will be here at this week's convention. Will they dance? Won't they? Let me just give you a lay of the land so you know where we're standing right now. Over my shoulder, that's the stage. So you see that lit-up circle, podium in the middle of it? That's where you'll be watching speakers all night long over the next 4 days. And I want to take you back now to 8 years ago, a reminder of what Michelle Obama had to say on that stage.
When someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
So, are they going to be going high this time around? Let's bring in our political panel to discuss. We've got Braxton Booker and Shelby Talcott here in the United Center. Braxton is national political correspondent for Politico, and Shelby is a politics reporter for Semaphore. Okay, Braxton, let's start with you.
Sure.
Are they going to go low? Are they going to go high? Are they going to go somewhere in between?
I think they're probably going to go somewhere in between. I feel like when they go low, we go high. It's a little passe, which is why you're going to see some of the people on stage today, like Jasmine Crockett, who famously got into this verbal mix-up with Marjorie Taylor Greene on a House Oversight Committee, where I think a lot of Democrats, it's a signal that a lot of Democrats feel like that is a little passe. The politics of our time now call for politicians and Democrats to go much more forcefully direct at Republicans. So I think you're going to see this passing of the torch, and I feel like some of the speakers on the stage tonight are going to reflect that.
And you can pick and choose who gets to go high and who has to go low to compensate. Shelby, I want to ask you about J.D. Vance. In Philadelphia today, he said that Vice President Harris has been promising action, but that she hasn't taken any action in years. Let's take a listen to what he said.
She says that on day one, she wants to make groceries and homes more affordable for American citizens. Well, Kamala Harris, where have you been? Because you've been vice president for about 1,300 days. Day one was 3.5 years ago. You should have been doing your job then.
So what's the strategy here, Shelby, with both Vance and former President Trump really going after Kamala Harris in a very forceful, very personal way?
Yeah, this is one of the big strategies from Donald Trump's campaign, and it is tying her to the Biden administration, reminding voters that she is in office right now. And so we've heard from J.D. Vance, as you just heard there, and also from Donald Trump, and also from his surrogates that are here in Chicago this week, that if Kamala Harris is going to promise X, Y, and Z, she's been in office for 3.5 years. She should have done this already. And so that's been one of the main arguments we've heard from Donald Trump's campaign as they have tried to sort of solidify these attack lines against Harris that so far they've struggled to really stick, but they're sticking with it, and they believe that this honeymoon period, as they call it, is coming to a close, and so they are going, full in on these sorts of arguments.
Braxton, the last time that the Democrats had a woman nominee, Hillary Clinton, 8 years ago, she's planning to speak tonight, there was a heavy focus on the fact that this was groundbreaking. She talked about breaking the glass ceiling. We all remember her wearing that white pantsuit, striding out onto the stage, talking about what a new era it would be if she were to be elected. 8 years later, Kamala Harris does not speak about that at all. She really doesn't talk about what it would mean for her to be the first woman president, first woman of color to be president. Why the change?
Look, I think you're going to see her, and what you're seeing right now is she's taken a page out of the Obama playbook, right? Obama did not talk a lot about race, with some exceptions, when, of course, the big speech in Philadelphia where he talked about race in America. But largely, he was talking to middle America. He was talking to some portions of white America that maybe felt uncomfortable about this change. And I think you're seeing the vice president lean fully into that. When Hillary 8 years ago was running as the nominee, it was all about gender, all about I'm with her. And I think the Democrats have taken a page out of that book that, look, Kamala Harris is not hiding her gender. Right. It's clear and present. So she wants to focus on the policies and make sure those policies are connecting with the American people.
But let's not send a signal to anyone that this might be new or scary or different. Let's downplay that.
I also just think America's beyond that a little bit. I don't think the voters are certainly scared of who Kamala Harris is. They either want to vote for her or they're considering voting for Donald Trump, but there's no need to lean forcefully into that.
Shelby, one of the names that we're going to be hearing from tonight, we learned, is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She is the congresswoman, of course, from New York, one of the members of the squad. Republicans have already been looking to use her in ads. Talk about the choice to put her on night one.
I think it's really notable for a few reasons. First of all, it is an acknowledgement to the more left-wing faction of the Democratic Party who have so often made life for President Joe Biden and this administration a little bit more difficult. And it's also representative of just how united this Democratic Party feels and is. It is sort of reminiscent from last month at the RNC when we saw everybody united behind Donald Trump. Even this left-wing faction of the party in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is here speaking. She is behind Kamala Harris, and these are people who, again, made life difficult for the White House. So it's notable for a few reasons, but particularly because of that.
And she is someone who was vocal in her support of President Biden right until the end when he pulled out of the race. Shelby Talcott, Braxton Booker, thank you both so much. I know we'll be talking again shortly. President Biden is certain to discuss his decision to pass the torch to Kamala Harris while speaking at the Democratic convention tonight. The latest on what we expect him to say next. You're streaming America Decides on night one of the Democratic National Convention. We'll be right back.
I am keenly aware of the fears and the frustrations of the world in which we live. It is all too easy, isn't it, to play on these emotions? But I do not intend to do so.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of night one of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Our Caitlin Huey-Burns is in York, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump held a campaign event earlier today. And then Caitlin had a one-on-one interview with the former president. So, Caitlin, it's great to see you. Tell us more about what he had to say and what your impressions were of the conversation.
Hey, Nancy, it's great to see you. Donald Trump is offering a week of counter-programming to the DNC, and today he's here in Pennsylvania, which is a must-win state for him. His remarks today were focused on the economy, but in our interview, I asked about these attacks that he's been making on Kamala Harris, criticizing her appearance, criticizing her intelligence, and I asked if those are the messages that he wants to send or should send to engage and turn out voters who are in the middle or on the fence. And he essentially said that he's not changing his strategy, that he wants to call her out, and that he's essentially going to continue to do so. Nancy, it was also interesting because we asked about his medical records. He is now the oldest candidate in this race, and if he wins the presidency, he will be older than Biden is at the end of his next term if elected. So he insisted that he will release all of his medical records, so we will continue to follow up on that. I also asked if he had any regrets about the overturning of Roe versus Wade, and he said that he did not, that this is now an issue for the states. Of course, we know, and you're at the Democratic National Convention, that this is a really animating issue for Democrats and especially suburban women voters. And we've seen a big gender gap in our new polling between himself and Kamala Harris.
Caitlin, even some of the former president's closest allies have been urging him publicly not to go after the vice president's appearance, not to make fun of her name, not to say that she's dumb. Did he show any sign that he is hearing those people and considering what they have to say?
No, Nancy, and it's interesting. I asked him specifically about comments we heard from over the weekend from Lindsey Graham, who is a top ally of the former president. They play golf together. And Lindsey Graham said over the weekend that, Trump, the showman, in his words, will not win the election. And I asked Donald Trump about that, and he criticized Lindsey Graham and said that, he's not going to take his advice.
Interesting. We're looking forward to seeing more of your interview coming up. Caitlin Huey-Burns in York, Pennsylvania. Thanks so much. And that's going to do it for now. As we've been reporting, President Biden is expected to talk about his legacy and back Vice President Harris's push for the White House a little later tonight. CBS News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention will continue all evening long, and I'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern. But for now, the Daily Report with John Dickerson is up next.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America.
We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions. What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me.
Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7. Hello and welcome to the Daily Report. I'm John Dickerson at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. It has only been 1 month. 1 month ago, the delegates gathered here in the United Center were expecting to cheer Joe Biden as their nominee. Now, on this first night of their gathering, they will cheer him, perhaps louder than ever, but not to lift him into the nomination. Instead, to lift him into the Democratic pantheon, where he will watch the party's new champion, his chosen successor, and Vice President Kamala Harris, who in 4 weeks has consolidated her party, reversed its fortunes in the political polls, and surprised observers by tapping a well of enthusiasm and donations. Political conventions seek to draw the country's attention, but the events of the last month have been far more dramatic and attention-grabbing than the staged events of these 4-year affairs. Now, the next set of tests for the young campaign, using these 4 days in Chicago to take advantage of the risky gambit that so far has paid off. I'm joined here by our CBS News chief election and campaign correspondent, Robert Costa, and bringing in CBS News' Jerika Duncan, who is in the studio in New York.
That's right. I want to start off by asking both of you a couple of questions. Thanks, John. What is the mood like, though, if you could just sort of give us a sense of what it's like right now, just not only inside the convention, but also around as day one of the DNC kicks off?
Well, you think about conventions, Jerika, they're often emotional events as much as political events. 1964, Robert F. Kennedy, after the death of his brother in 1963, ovation after ovation in Atlantic City, New Jersey. The Kennedy family, those figures, RFK, JFK, heroes to President Biden, who will be on stage tonight. And there is a sense of emotional electricity in this room about a president who decided on his own to exit the race. But any kind of decision can be heart-wrenching. I think about Lyndon Johnson when he made that decision in March 31st, 1968, the cover of your book, The Hardest Job in the World, that hand on the table. I mean, it is the hardest job in the world, and these are the hardest decisions for the person with the hardest job in the world to make.
Absolutely, and also a lifetime in politics, as you know so well, Bob. Having talked to him, this is the end of a career that has been marked by getting back up. And this is a situation in which that's a different act for him. One other thing, Jerika, that I picked up on, I talked to somebody here who had been trying to get folks to come to the convention and had a bunch of extra hotel rooms. Then a month ago, something happened, and this person said the hotel rooms are packed. Everybody is rushing to come to Chicago. The flip in the change in the momentum in and interest in this race among Democrats, that's just one little way in which the momentum has changed within this party.
What are you both going to be watching and listening for tonight? I heard earlier on America Decide, Ed O'Keefe said that someone shouted out to the president when he was getting ready, if you will, is this going to be bittersweet? And he said it's going to be a memorable moment. What are you listening for, though, in particular?
I'll be watching, beyond all the emotional outpouring here for President Biden among Democrats. I mean, these are the rank and file Democrats. If you're a delegate, you care. You're a Biden delegate. You came here because you love Joe Biden, maybe going back to the 1970s. But what I'm watching tonight, Jerika, is what does President Biden say about Vice President Harris? The country, I was just talking to Bill Daley, the former Obama chief of staff, about this. The country, he said, frankly, doesn't care that much about who's vice president. It doesn't mean disrespect to the office, but that person's often out of the headlines. People here in the media, the delegates, the Democrats, they know Harris, but does the country know the vice president? And what does President Biden say to reassure people who are just starting to pay attention to this political figure?
Picking up on what Bob's saying, the president is a character witness for the nominee in two important ways. One, he picked her, he worked with her, but he also knows what it's like to be vice president. He can speak with real authority to define this nominee. Everybody who speaks in this convention has two tasks, and if they're not working on these tasks, then they are distracting. And those two tasks are helping to define Kamala Harris in a way that will be attractive to voters, and the second is a way to define the race in a way that voters see themselves in what the party is projecting, and also then, because it's so much about a negative impression about Donald Trump, see Donald Trump as antithetical to those things that Democrats are putting forward. If you're not defining the race or defining Kamala Harris, then you're not helping the Democratic Party in what it wants to achieve.
And John, I don't think this could be overstated enough. You know, this was supposed to be Biden's event. Now he's speaking on night one, asking people to support Vice President Kamala Harris. Can you put into perspective just what tonight and this entire week means to his legacy?
Well, as Bob was saying earlier, there's the personal and human crucible that any president goes through when they step out or when they face these moments of choosing. And so, but for Joe Biden in particular, you know, this is a moment where Kamala Harris is in the position she is in because of something he did. And when they talk about his record and how much he has done, you know, that we will emerge from this convention either with a glowing uplift to the Biden story, or the party will move on. So how he is received and also how he fits into the story of the Democratic Party, that starts to be written here tonight with his speech and then as the rest of this campaign goes on.
All right, John Dickerson and Robert Costa, thank you so much. And John, of course, we'll check in with you a little later for some last thoughts. Meanwhile, outside the DNC, protests are planned throughout the week. Groups are expected to hold marches and demonstrations calling for the end of U.S. support to Israel in its war with Hamas. Organizers said they expected about 20,000 people to turn out for a protest rally on the first day of the convention. As the Democratic National Convention kicks off in Chicago, the Trump campaign is making stops in key battleground states this week, starting with Pennsylvania. The former president gave remarks on the economy earlier today at a manufacturing facility in York. He later spoke exclusively to CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns about the race for the White House and the key issue of abortion rights.
Will you accept the results of this election?
Absolutely. I assume it's going to be a fair election. If it's going to be a fair and free election, the answer is absolutely I will.
What does fair mean to you?
It means the votes are counted. It means that votes are fair. It means that they don't cheat on the election. They don't drop ballots. They don't install new rules and regulations that they don't have the power to do. They don't use 51 intelligence agents to give phony reports, which had an effect on the election. They don't do many of the things that they did in the last election.
If you lose this election, will it have been legitimate?
If I see that we had a fair and free election, which I hope to be able to say, but if I see that, you will never see anybody more honorable than me. I'm an honorable person. You see the report that came out on Biden today from Congress with all of the money that was stolen.
But you didn't accept the results of the last election.
Well, that's right, because there were many problems with the last election. You know it.
Even though all of the legal cases were dropped.
No, they weren't brought because the judges wouldn't take them because they said it was after the election. Well, how else are you going to find out cheating until after the election? I think things have been done over the last 4-year period that will make this a free and fair election. And certainly, if for some reason I lose, and I think if I lose, this country will go into a tailspin, the likes of which it's never seen before, the likes of 1929. But if I do, and it's free and fair, absolutely I will accept the results.
We are 1 month removed from the assassination attempt on your life.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you are suffering any PTSD from that experience.
No, not at all. But I do, in thinking about it, it's a miracle that I wasn't killed, as you know. You saw the flight of the bullet and everything else. You saw, they say, 1/8 of an inch away, 1/8 of an inch. And there has to be a reason. And I do believe in God. I also believe perhaps God had a purpose that he wants to save this country. And I think that may have really been a reason. We have to save our country. Our country is going bad. We're a failed nation. We're failing very badly. You just take a look at the mess that's happening right now in Chicago. The answer is it was a very close call. 1/8 of an inch, and I wouldn't be talking to you right now. And I think God has a reason for doing things. And his reason might very well be that he wants to save this country, maybe save the world.
Have you suffered any other kinds of effects?
No, not at all. I haven't. I mean, I got better. I healed well, and I haven't. But it could have been very bad.
I want to ask you about the Supreme Court. Are you going to release a list of Supreme Court nominees that you would pick?
Yes, I will.
Anybody that's on that list right now?
I'll be releasing it, I'd say, over the next 3 or 4 weeks. I think the Democrats should do the same thing, but I'll be releasing. Last time I released a list of approximately 25 people, and I picked from that list. I think it's an important thing to do. I will be releasing a list over the next probably month or so.
You were influential in picking 3 Supreme Court justices to overturn Roe v. Wade. Do you have any regrets about the overturning of Roe v. Wade?
Well, they've wanted to overturn it for 52 years. For 52 years, they've worked to overturn Roe v. Wade. They wanted to bring it back to the states. All legal scholars, all Democrats, everybody wanted to bring it back. This is for years and decades and decades. And they brought it back to the states. And now the states are controlling it. It's in the hands of the states. And people are voting. And frankly, I believe in the exceptions, like Ronald Reagan believed in the exceptions. I think most people, most Republicans do believe in the exceptions. And we are having a great response. Ohio voted. And by the way, they voted more liberally than some people would have thought. Kansas voted. Many of the states have voted or in the process of voting. And what it did is it brought it back to the states and allows the people to vote. And we can, after 52 years, we can clean up something that frankly has been a very hot bone of contention. We want to unify our country. And people have different thoughts on it and all. And I will say this, that in some cases it was a more liberal vote or a more progressive vote than some of these states would have thought. And in some cases, perhaps it'll be the other. But it's now in the hands of the people. And again, Democrats and Republicans, everybody wanted to do this for 52 years, and I got it done. And we should never be in the federal government. The federal government should have nothing to do with this issue. And it's being solved at a state level, and people are very happy about it.
So no regrets?
No regrets, no. I wouldn't have regrets. Again, I did something that most people felt undoable. They didn't want it in the federal government. It shouldn't be in the halls of the federal government. It should be in the state governments. And I was able to bring it back to the state governments, and now the people are voting. And again, they're voting in many cases with the exceptions, the 3 exceptions, like Ronald Reagan, like myself.
As president, would you enforce the Comstock Act, which could prohibit the sale of or the distribution of medication abortion by mail?
No, we will be discussing specifics of it, but generally speaking, no, I wouldn't.
You would not enforce the Comstock Act?
I would not do that.
Should medication abortion be widely available?
Well, it's going to be available, and it is now. And as I know it, the Supreme Court has said, keep it going the way it is. I will enforce and agree with the Supreme Court, but basically they've said keep it the way it is now.
CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns joins me now with that great interview. I can only imagine sort of on the spot and being able to ask those questions about policy one after the next. Caitlin, let me ask you this, though. You know, the former president's view on abortion, is it in line, do you think, with the rest of the party? He talked very clearly about the Comstock Act, as you mentioned, and saying that certain things are legal and he doesn't really plan to change that. But how in line with what he said to you is in line with the rest of the party?
You know, Drika, it's fascinating to me because this was something that Republicans wanted, the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And it was just notable a month ago in their convention, rarely anybody mentioned it there because they know it's a liability for them in the general election here. And what's important to note, too, is that our own polling shows that majorities of voters are concerned about what these kinds of restrictions on abortion in these states have on people who are currently pregnant and what it means for their women's care, just physical care. So this is a defining issue in this election. And it was clear from that interview that Donald Trump doesn't want to say how he would vote on Florida's own measure to make it constitutionally legal to have abortion access in Florida. But he also said, Jerika, that he has no regrets about the overturning of Roe v. Wade. I asked him twice. He said no regrets about that. So that's significant to note. But this is an issue that is an animating force for Democrats and also for independent voters and possibly those moderate voters that he's going to need to win over here, who are seeing the effects of some of these restrictions in their states.
The former president has not been shy to step up to the mic and speak and have various news conferences. But what is the Trump campaign's plan to counter Democrats' messaging during the party's convention this week, when all eyes are really on the DNC and what policies and what positions Democrats plan to take to try and earn votes?
Yeah, Jerika, Donald Trump is in a position that he hasn't really been in the past several years, which is kind of out of the spotlight, out of the headlines. Kamala Harris and the Democrats are in the spotlight this week. They've been in the spotlight for pretty much the past month, as she has shown in polling, especially, that she's consolidated and rallied the Democratic Party base. And so what the Trump campaign is trying to do this week, they're going on a battleground state blitz, essentially, starting here in Pennsylvania, which, as you know very well, Jerika, is our lights are going over.
Oh,
There's a little wind here.
You're having a Hillary Clinton moment.
Sorry about that. It's a little windy here, but basically, Pennsylvania is a key state. So they're starting here, talking about the economy. They're going tomorrow to Michigan. They're going to be in Arizona, Nevada throughout the rest of this week, trying to offer counter-program. The question is, can he stay on message?
Well, clearly you can stay on message even when the lights are falling down. I hope the crew is okay. And again, we thank you so much for your timing. Great interview.
We're all good. Our
Great
amazing
interview there.
crew. Yes, good.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. As a reminder, our coverage of the DNC continues tonight with a special edition of America Decides at 7 p.m. Eastern. Coverage begins each day at 5 p.m. from now until Thursday, right here on CBS News. Still to come, Secretary Antony Blinken says an important step has been taken towards a potential ceasefire in Gaza. What we're learning from his talks in the Middle East this week and what needs to happen before a deal is reached. Plus, expelled New York Congressman George Santos had his day in court today. We'll tell you about the plea deal he made and what it means for the former lawmaker. Stay with us. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep cleaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with Israeli leaders Monday and announced a bit of movement on negotiations for a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza.
In a very constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, he confirmed to me that Israel accepts the bridging proposal, that he supports it.
Blinken also said it is now up to Hamas to also accept the proposal. The group's leaders said Sunday that the proposal being mediated by the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar skews in favor of Israel. But it is unclear if this one that Israel has agreed to addresses those concerns. Mediators are set to meet again this week. John Alterman joins us now. He is a senior vice president and director of the Middle East program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. John, thank you so much for joining us. What are the sticking points, as you know them, for Hamas in this ceasefire deal and hostage release proposal as of right now?
Well, the sticking points are really what we're talking about. What does a ceasefire mean? What does an Israeli troop withdrawal from Gaza mean? How long does the ceasefire last? Who is released, both in terms of the hostages, but also in terms of Palestinians in Israeli jails? I think there is probably some basic understanding that there's been narrowing over time, but exactly what's in, what's out, what the conditions are, under what conditions Israel can come back in, I think all of that is probably unsettled to both the Palestinians and I would guess to the Israelis a bit as well.
What is the significance of Israel retaining a military presence on the Gaza-Egypt border? And, to hear Netanyahu call the talks positive and say it happened in a good atmosphere, what is the likelihood that a ceasefire will actually be the case, seeing as though we've been talking about this for several months now?
It feels to me like we're not as close as the White House keeps saying we are. There are probably, I'm sure there are things I don't know, but it doesn't feel to me like either Netanyahu or Yahya Sinwar are about to stop fighting. I think that they still see an advantage is continuing. What Netanyahu is really interested in on the Egyptian border, there's something called the Philadelphia corridor that is the land along the border. Hamas has been burrowing under that land for more than a decade. And the Israelis had to rely on the Egyptians. The Egyptians really couldn't seal it. So the Israelis say, okay, we're going to retain control of that land, and we will make sure that Hamas doesn't burrow under it. The Egyptians say it's not acceptable for the Israelis to have a hermetic seal between Gaza and Egypt. I think the Americans are trying with some sort of technical fixes. There'll be sensors. The Israelis can watch the feeds. I think we are possibly close to some sort of agreement on that, but I haven't seen an agreement. And my guess is there are still going to be issues that the Egyptians and the Israelis are going to have to work out, not just what Tony Blinken told Benjamin Netanyahu he'd do today.
But this being his 9th trip there in the last 10 months, does it feel like we are getting somewhat closer? Or again, going back to what you're saying, the U.S. is maybe putting it out there as though we're a little bit closer than we actually are?
It doesn't look to me like we're that close because it seems to me that the stakes for both Sinwar and Netanyahu are so high. What they've invested in this war is so much that to give up fighting before you've gotten everything you want to get, I think is something that each side doesn't want to do. And frankly, politically, I don't see signs that either side feels it needs to do. The United States is very interested in preventing a regional war, and having the negotiations might delay it, but I'm not sure we'll get to peace.
Yeah, meanwhile, a lot of innocent lives lost and the hostages still waiting to come home, and the families of those hostages waiting for them to come home. John Alterman, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jerika.
Thank you. 2 Americans are reportedly among the 6 people missing after a violent storm sank a yacht off the coast of Sicily Sunday. Officials say 22 people were on the boat when it capsized, 15 were rescued, and 1 person died. British entrepreneur Mike Lynch is also reportedly missing. He was recently acquitted of fraud charges against him by the U.S. government. A judge sentenced a Milwaukee abuse victim to 11 years in prison for killing the man who sex trafficked her as a teenager. Crystal Kaiser was also sentenced to 5 years of extended supervision, but the saga isn't over as Kaiser faces a possible life sentence for shooting her abuser who filmed his abuse of her for more than a year. Kaiser agreed to plead guilty to a reduced charge of second-degree reckless homicide with use of a dangerous weapon that carried a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. Well, the family of Devontae Mitchell, a black man who was allegedly killed by 4 Milwaukee hotel workers in June, agreed to a settlement with the hotel this afternoon. Lawyers representing the family in a statement said, quote, "We are pleased to share that we have reached an amicable settlement. The terms of the agreement will be confidential." The 4 hotel workers were caught on camera pinning down and hitting Mitchell. His death was later ruled a homicide by the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner. The 4 workers now face felony murder charges related to Mitchell's death. They are scheduled for arraignment on Thursday. Former New York Congressman George Santos pleaded guilty today in his federal fraud case. The Republican faced 23 felony counts, including wire fraud, money laundering, and theft of public funds. He had previously pleaded not guilty to those charges, but later agreed to a plea deal. The case stems from accusations that Santos lied about his personal and professional background while running for Congress in 2022. That led to questions about his campaign funds. The House voted to expel him in December following an ethics investigation. The judge has estimated Santos would be sentenced to up to 8 years in prison. Well, nearly 500,000 undocumented migrants have a new pathway to U.S. residency and citizenship as of today. Our Camilo Montoya Galvez joins us after this break to go over some of the new protections and who qualifies for them. You're streaming The Daily Report.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
The Daily Report. I'm Jerika Duncan. Here are some additions to our top stories. Disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein will remain in custody in New York as he awaits his retrial on Manhattan rape and sexual assault charges. However, once the case is complete and depending on what the outcome is, Weinstein could go straight to California to serve a pending 16-year sentence on a separate conviction. The Manhattan retrial is set to begin in November. Prosecutors in former President Donald Trump's criminal hush money case are not explicitly opposing his bid to delay sentencing until after the election. In a letter to Judge Juan Marchand, attorneys acknowledged Trump's rights and deferred to Marchand's decision. Sentencing is currently set for September 18th. The Democratic National Convention kicks off in Chicago tonight. The big name speakers for the day include President Biden 1 month after he exited the 2024 race. This week, more than 4,000 delegates will recognize Vice President Kamala Harris as the party's official nominee. As we mentioned earlier, protests are planned throughout the week at the Democratic National Convention calling for an end of U.S. aid to Israel and its war with Hamas. CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano joins me right now, and I can see a crowd sort of building up behind you. Lilia, set the scene for us in terms of where you are and what's happening.
Hey there, Drika. So what happened earlier was there was a rally followed by a march that went on very peacefully. Protesters ended up around this area, and apparently a group of protesters were able to use what we heard were sledgehammers to breach that part of the wall that you see there. As you can see, there are some holes on what is that perimeter fence that was created to keep the protests outside and away from the area of the arena where the DNC is taking place. So once they breached the fence, some protesters got through and started manifesting and chanting on that side. At that point, a group of police not in riot gear approached, were telling them to move. People weren't moving. And then a group of, as you see, these riot gear police from Chicago PD who are wearing these light blue helmets were able to assemble and start pushing the crowds in and telling people to move away. Protesters started saying, come out, come out. Some of them remained. A few were detained, but it was a small number of them. The majority were able to be pushed, or police were able to push them to come back through the fence, and things remained peaceful. We haven't seen any deployment of tear gas or anything of that nature, but right now, actually, we're seeing a large number of more riot gear police over here.
Oh, wow.
As you can see, now we're talking about dozens of officers wearing these vests. So now this is what it looks like. They're going to be clearing this area where there's just a few protesters remaining from the thousands that had been there. We had heard some protesters say just a minute ago, okay, more police are coming. They're coming behind you. If you don't want to be part of a confrontation, leave now.
Yeah.
And of course, as we can see now, people are rushing there. A lot of what's happening here, of course, is media getting these images of the police in riot gear. This is historic memory from the 1968 protests. A lot of people have been saying, will it be a similar kind of confrontation of violence between protesters and police? And clearly, there's a lot of media that want to make sure that we don't miss any images, that police are respecting, as they said they would, people's freedom of speech. But as they have been saying, as the mayor has been saying, they're not going to tolerate violence or vandalism. And of course, a breaching of the fence is considered vandalism. We are, of course, standing by here, seeing what will happen, but this is a large number of officers who have been trained on de-escalation, who have been following what the mayor, what the superintendent has been saying, that they want to protect people's rights, freedom of speech, their rights to protest, and people have done so far for the very most part, or entirely peacefully. But, you know, as the night progresses, we've covered many of these protests. Anything can happen, and we'll continue to monitor. But right now, where we are, the police presence is far, far greater.
That's right. And this is just day one. Lilia Luciano on the ground for us there. Thank you so much.
Right.
Now back to inside the convention center. Democrats are about to gavel in night one of the Democratic National Convention. As you can see there, the party nominated Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, in a virtual roll call earlier this month. Harris will formally accept the presidential nomination on Thursday. Let's listen in for a second.
In a true act of patriotism, he passed the torch to the next generation and the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. As convention chair, I may appoint officers to assist in the conduct of our proceedings. It is my honor to announce the following convention officers. Assisting as co-chairs are Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Our convention parliamentarians will be former House Majority Whip Steny Hoyer, Broderick Johnson, and DNC parliamentary Helen McFadden. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, and Congressman Ted Lieu will serve as Sergeant-at-Arms. Louis Terrell will serve as our book doorkeeper, and Congresswoman Barbara Lee will serve as our timekeeper. I'd now like to turn it over to my friend, Chairman Harrison.
Thank you, Mignon. Hello, Democrats. The Democratic Party is 196 years old. It's the oldest active political party in the world. Every person here is a part of a movement that brings America closer to our goal of a more perfect union. And every convention is a moment. It's a moment that contributes to our movement. It's moments like 60 years ago, when Fannie Lou Hamer told the shocking story of the racist brutality she suffered simply for registering to vote. Or 52 years ago, when Shirley Chisholm ran a historic race for the presidential nomination. Or 40 years ago, when a round-headed boy from South Carolina, the same before you today, watched Reverend Jesse Jackson challenge America to hope and to dream. Folks, all of these moments led us to this transformational moment, when a black convention chair and a black DNC chair lead us in nominating a black and AAPI woman to be the next president of the United States. Folks, this is because the Democratic Party is and always will be for the people, for our future. We are honored to be a part of American history as we gavel in this convention and celebrate this historic nomination. I would like to thank the incredible workers at this year's convention, the convention staff led by the amazing Alex Hornbrook, and our convention chair, Mignon Moore, and my amazing staff at the DNC. You quite literally set the stage for us today, and we wouldn't be here without all of you.
All right, you were listening to Minion Moore. She's the convention chair, as well as James Harrison, the DNC chair, talking about the history of the Democratic Party, saying it's 196 years old, and it is and always will be, starting off that gavel and saying, for the people, for our future. We will have more of the top speeches and what to look for as coverage continues throughout the night. The Biden administration launched a new program today that would help a specific group of immigrants gain citizenship. It's called Keeping Families Together. Announced back in June, it will offer legal status to nearly 500,000 who are married to American citizens. Some children who have U.S. citizens as parents are also eligible. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez joins us now from Arizona. Camilo, again, always a pleasure to have you on this broadcast. What requirements are necessary for immigrants to qualify for this program?
Hi, Jerika. This will be the biggest immigration program created by the executive branch since that 2012 DACA program for so-called Dreamers created by the Obama administration at the time. And to qualify, undocumented immigrants must be married to a U.S. citizen. They also must have lived here in the U.S. continuously for at least 10 years, a decade, and they must importantly pass background checks to make sure that they do not pose a threat to either national security or public safety. Importantly, according to policy guidance issued just today, immigrants who are convicted of any felony will be ineligible for the process, and those who have other criminal records will be adjudicated. Their cases will be adjudicated on a case-by-case basis. And again, this is, as you mentioned, something that could benefit up to 500,000 undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens. They will be allowed to apply for temporary work permits and deportation protections, but perhaps more importantly, this will also allow these eligible immigrants who are married to U.S. citizens to apply for green card status or permanent residence here in the U.S. without having to leave the country. Right now, many of them have to actually leave the country, go back to their home country, and then come back legally to get a green card, a process that can actually trigger a 10-year ban from the U.S. because they have lived here in the country illegally for some time. This process will prevent that from happening and will allow these immigrants to get that green card without having to leave the country. After immigrants get a green card, Jerika, they can apply for U.S. citizenship after several years.
What are some of the criticisms? Because, as you know, people might hear that and think, oh, you're making it easier. They're not going through the proper protocols. But this program has obviously been set up because, for good reason, it's been well-researched before they put it out. But what are some of the criticisms and legal challenges that this proposal faces?
It's a good question, Jerika, because while the Biden administration and advocates believe that this policy promotes family unity and promotes the integration of immigrant households here in the U.S. who have a U.S. citizen member, Republicans and Republican-led states have said that this is an amnesty, that this is rewarding illegal immigration, that this will encourage more people to come to the border. It is important to underscore, Jerika, that this does not benefit recent arrivals. It only benefits, again, people who are married to U.S. citizens and who have lived here for at least 10 years. But the argument from the Republican side is that this rewards illegal immigration because it is benefiting people here who are in the country unlawfully. It is also important to note that this is likely to be challenged in federal court by states like Texas and other Republican-led states that have challenged virtually every single major immigration action by the Biden administration.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if people would just kind of stay in the shadows, if you will, as concerns continue in terms of possible legal challenges. Camilo Montoya Galvez in Arizona, thank you. Coming up, SpaceX is getting ready for a risky mission. It involves traversing the Earth's radiation belts and testing out new spacesuits. We'll explain all of that and some of the objectives. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discovery, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
4 people arrived at the Kennedy Space Center today to prepare for a historic but really risky mission. That mission has been dubbed Polaris Dawn. The crew is set to leave next Monday on a SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule and spend 5 days in space. The goal is to try to conduct the first ever private spacewalk, but that's not all. The crew is aiming to travel higher altitudes than the Apollo program, cross paths with a radioactive belt, and test some new SpaceX suits. They're pretty cool, too. CBS News space consultant Bill Hartwood joins me now. Bill, great to see you. So what are some of the risks of this mission? Let's get that out of the way first.
Well, sure. They're a little bit higher than they would normally be for a SpaceX Crew Dragon mission, you know, the kind of flights that carry astronauts to and from the International Space Station. As you say, they're going to go higher than anyone has gone since the Apollo program. Of course, the Apollo crews went further. They went all the way to the moon. But these guys are going to get up to an altitude of about 870 miles. That's well above the altitude of the International Space Station, which orbits at around 260 miles. And so they are going to be exposed to the Van Allen radiation belts. But remember, this is a short duration flight. It's only going to last about 5 days. So the radiation that they will receive during those 5 days is still much less than the crew on the International Space Station gets over 6 months. Yeah, it's more risky, I think, than a standard SpaceX Crew Dragon mission, but not all that much. And then when you throw in the spacewalk, well, that's a different ballgame. You know, you've got a brand new suit, as you mentioned, never been tried in the vacuum of space before. So that's going to be quite exciting to watch.
And they're kind of exciting to look at. What more can you tell us about those special suits from SpaceX?
Well, you know, actually, SpaceX designed these themselves. They're air-cooled. They don't have that complex liquid cooling system that the old suits that NASA uses has. And even with that, they tell us that these suits are good to go out, you know, in broad sunlight up in orbit or in the shadow of the Earth when the temperatures plunge to a couple of 100 degrees below zero. They say they're going to be fine. And remember, they'll be connected to their spacecraft at all times with oxygen umbilicals to keep anything from going wrong.
What is, again, the mission hoping to learn from all of this, and what comes next?
Well, they think that, testing these spacesuits is a really big deal. SpaceX has very ambitious plans well beyond NASA to explore the moon and on to Mars someday. They say they need new spacesuits to handle the number of people they envision going out into space someday. And they want to start testing the materials, the procedures, how you train for these spacewalks. It's very different from the way NASA does business. This is their first step in that regard. So it's a fairly modest step. They're not going to float free of the spacecraft, out there on their own. They'll still be anchored to the spacecraft during their spacewalk. But it's still pretty unusual. Remember, only the United States government, Russia, and China are able to do this sort of thing. This is the first time private citizens will attempt to do it themselves.
Right, and I have a feeling people will be using those SpaceX suits in a Halloween costume this October. Bill Harwood, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Keep your eyes on the skies this week for a chance to see a rare super blue moon. It's rare because it's both a supermoon and a blue moon. Supermoons happen when the moon's orbit is closest to Earth, while a blue moon has nothing to do with color and is a term that usually just refers to the third full moon in a season that has four total. This lunar phenomenon will reach peak illumination tonight and continue shining brightly through Wednesday. It's the first of 4 consecutive supermoons. The next expected, mark your calendar, September 17th. We'll head back to the Democratic National Convention after the break, where President Biden will speak tonight. John Dickerson joins me next to discuss what Biden's passing of the torch signifies. Stay with us. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
There we are.
Time. Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A
CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Continue to follow the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Tonight, we'll hear from President Joe Biden. But before we go, let's turn it back over to John Dickerson with some final thoughts tonight. John?
Jerika, thank you. You can hear it in the hall here. The Democratic Convention, which starts today, is beginning with an ending. Joe Biden's final significant moment on the national stage. Here in Chicago, the phrase passing the torch is getting used a lot. It's not just that we're close to the Olympics. The phrase has a history in Democratic politics. John Kennedy used it at his inauguration.
Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans.
In that case, Kennedy was accepting a torch. Here in Chicago Monday, Biden will be handing one off. Some have called the term passing the baton, but that's actually something different. And the difference in those two phrases highlights what is unique about this political transition. Passing a baton marks a stage in a race. Passing the torch is something more profound. The torch in ancient Greece represented traditions and ideals, kindled, protected, and passed on. The ideals and traditions Joe Biden stands for are the ones that defined his more than 50 years in office, and of which he is one of the last representatives in Washington. In domestic politics, it's a belief in the legislative process, the value of politics and bipartisanship as a good that encourages compromise. In foreign affairs, it represents a belief in diplomacy and alliances when it comes to protecting America's interests overseas. As Biden speaks in Chicago, he may be helping his party win the next race, but there is a larger question. Will his party's new leader be able to carry forward the ideals that have defined Biden's long career? Will this moment mark not just the close of a political career, but a further fading of the principles that have guided it? Thank you for watching. A special edition of America Decides begins after the break. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here. We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way. We'll take you places. We teach you new things. And we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Hello, I'm Nancy Cortez in Chicago, live from the United Center. Welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides here on night one of the Democratic Convention. It has just gotten underway in earnest. On the stage right now, Jamie Harrison, the chair of the Democratic Party. And in just a few hours, President Biden will take the stage here tonight. Speakers are paying tribute to the president all night long, weeks after he dropped his re-election bid. Democrats are rallying around the new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris, who secured the nomination earlier this month. 2016 Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton will also address the crowd tonight. Later in the week, we're going to hear from former President Barack Obama, former President Bill Clinton. Vice President Harris will accept her party's nomination on Thursday. Ed O'Keefe joins us from the floor of the convention now. Ed, you're right in the middle of all of it. Set the scene for us.
Nancy, good evening. Welcome to night one of the Democratic Convention. As you said, we're expecting to hear later tonight from President Biden, from First Lady Jill Biden. He will be introduced by his youngest daughter, Ashley Biden. Earlier in the evening, it's former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton. Perhaps a cautionary tale to Democrats because it was 8 years ago this summer. She was also in a pretty close race with Donald Trump. They came out of this convention with a head of steam. She ended up losing in November. But tonight, the beginning of a 4-day quest to set Kamala Harris out on that general election campaign, better define her to voters. And Nancy, throughout the week, as you know, the delegates show up with a little flair. And in this case, I found someone that I think speaks to many of your interests. You are, after all, a Swiftie, right? Well, I found a Swiftie for you. What was your name again?
Kelly Jacobs.
Kelly Jacobs. And you're from where?
Mississippi.
What part of Mississippi?
Northern Mississippi, DeSoto County.
And look, you've got the bracelets and everything. What are the bracelets?
The bracelets say Kamala or Swiftie voter. I've been giving away 200 of them today. I brought 1,000 to give away for the convention.
Yeah.
I also am wearing these shoes. Did you notice?
Oh, I hadn't seen the shoes. Have you seen the shoes, Jared? KH for Kamala Harris,
That's right.
Have you been to these conventions before?
Yes, this is my 5th convention.
Your 5th convention?
Yes.
And talk to me about how this one compares to the last few, and maybe how the mood among fellow Democrats has changed in the last few weeks since President Biden.
Yeah, yes, so I'm the volunteer campaign manager for Diane Black for U.S. Congress in Northern Mississippi. She had no volunteers, no money, nothing when Biden was the top of the ticket. But with Kamala Harris stepping forward, oh my gosh, the excitement, the volunteers, everything has changed where I live in Northern Mississippi. We are so ready to get out the vote and to look forward with President Harris.
So it confirms that the change at the top of the ticket reinvigorated Democrats, even in ruby red Mississippi.
Absolutely, because they were not interested. Even my own husband said that President Biden is good, but he's frail. And he thought Trump would win. But now with Kamala Harris forward-looking on the ballot, talking about women's issues, all the women that are the backbone of our party are going to show up and vote.
Got it. All right. Give us one more twirl. Taylor Swift, Kamala. You get the idea, Nancy. It's going to be that kind of a nights, that kind of a week. And do you have other outfits for later in the week?
Yes, I'm going to have a Kamala dress every day.
Okay.
A different one.
We'll find you. Nancy?
Ed, I appreciate you finding a Swiftie in the crowd. You know who else? Our big Swifties is pretty much everyone in the Harris campaign, because they are really hoping that Taylor Swift comes out big for the vice president later on this fall. They hope that she will help to bring out the vote as well. We just heard a big cheer on the floor where you're standing because Maxine Waters, the congresswoman, longtime congresswoman of California, took the stage. Ed, my thanks to you. We'll talk to you again soon. We want to take you now, though, to the stage where Congresswoman Waters is speaking. Let's dip into that.
She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a black woman, had demanded her right to vote. When she finished, she asked the country a simple but profound question. Is this America? She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City, but you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them. Now here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California,
and you've been listening to Maxine Waters, the longtime congresswoman from California, one of the first black female lawmakers here on Capitol Hill, to really blaze a trail that Kamala Harris is following today. As Democrats gather in Chicago, the Trump campaign kicked off the week with a focus on battleground states. Former President Donald Trump spoke earlier at a manufacturing facility in York, Pennsylvania. He plans to make stops in Michigan, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada, all battleground states, later this week. CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns has been on the trail with him, and she had an interview with the former president today. Caitlin, good to see you. You spoke exclusively with the former president today in Pennsylvania. What did he tell you about the race?
Well, Nancy, good to be with you. And as you very well know, Pennsylvania is the key state to watch this cycle. It's pretty much the center of the political universe because both campaigns say essentially they need to win here. So he started out here. J.D. Vance was also campaigning separately here in Pennsylvania today. But it's notable, Nancy, because the Trump campaign has said that they want to focus on the economy, immigration, and Kamala Harris's record, trying to tie Harris to the Biden administration in which she serves. But as we know, Donald Trump has veered off message quite frequently. He's attacked her appearance. He's attacked her intelligence. And so I've asked him, or earlier today, I asked him, why go down that road? How does that help you win votes? Take a listen to what he had to say.
Why insult her intelligence?
Well, I have to do that. Well, I don't think she's a very bright person. I do feel that. I mean, I think that's right. I think I am a very bright person. And a lot of people say that. I don't think she's a very bright person. And you know what? Our country needs a very smart person. And I don't think she's a very smart person. So
why
I'm
do you
not
think
looking
that?
I don't consider that an insult. That's just a fact.
But what evidence do you have for that?
I looked at the things that she said. I looked at the way she deals. I looked at her record of her crazy record. I look at her policies. I just don't happen to think so. Now, I could say she is, and I know that would be very nice, and the other thing, we have to win this election. If we don't win this election, you're not going to be asking me or anybody else questions. You're not going to have a country anymore.
Do you think those personal attacks are necessary for you to win the election?
I hope they're not. But if I don't think somebody's good at something, if somebody's not good at something, I've always spoken my mind. I don't think she's very good at this. I think she'll destroy our country.
Lindsey Graham said that Trump the showman will not win this election.
Look, I like Lindsey. I don't care what he says, okay? Lindsey wouldn't have been elected if I didn't endorse him. So, South Carolina, Lindsey's my friend. But if I didn't endorse him, he would have had no chance of getting elected, and I can say that about a lot of other people, too.
So you disagree with him?
I think that I'm not a showman. I don't believe I am a showman. I think I'm somebody that has a lot of common sense, that did really well in business, made a lot of money. Everything I touched, whether I went into entertainment with The Apprentice or wrote books, I was successful at. Now I run for president, I win, and I did a real job. And now I'm watching the country go down the tubes, and we have to stop it. We can't lose this country, and that's what's going to happen.
And just quickly, the polls are tightening.
Yeah.
Do you need to change up, shake up your campaign?
No, I think no, I don't think so at all. I mean, I'm leading in most of the swing states, if not all.
Polls show a very
they
tight
did
race.
a very bad thing. They took a man who won, and they said, "Get out of here, Joe. This is a coup, and if you don't get out the nice way, we're going to get you out the bad way. Get out of here, Joe." It was a terrible thing they did. And then they put him on Monday night. You know what that's called? That's called like the worst night, okay? And after that, you won't see him too much anymore. What they did is incredible. This was a coup. This was a coup of the President of the United States. I think it was a terrible thing. I'm not a fan of his, but I think the way they did this was a terrible thing.
But he's still the president. He's just not the nominee.
Excuse me. The way they did this was terrible. They had no votes. She assumed the presidency with no votes, not one single vote. He had 14. What?
But she's not president. She assumed the nomination.
No, she took over the nomination. She got the nomination to run for president with not a vote being cast. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. I think it's terrible. Now, again, I think he was a horrible president. I think she was an equally bad vice president. She gave us the inflation. She did the worst job of anybody in history on the border. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called that, but she was the border czar. But at a minimum, she was in charge of the border. Millions of people have come into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, traitors and terrorists and everything. They're pouring into our country. Look, she's been horrible at what she did. She was in charge of the worst border in the history of the world. Millions and millions of people have come in here from jails and prisons and from mental institutions, and it's unbelievable what she's done. If she's going to be president, our country will fail and fail badly and fail quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you see there a range of criticisms of Kamala Harris from the former president. But you could also see, Nancy, that, he still brings up President Biden. And this is a campaign that was built around facing Biden in this election. And until he was no longer in the race, that changed the dynamics of this race. As our own polling shows, the race is very competitive, especially in these battleground states.
Yeah, and I think what you really captured is how defiant the former president is, how determined he is to continue to lob personal attacks about the vice president's intelligence, no matter how many Republicans urge him to change course. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thanks so much. Great interview. Thousands of protesters are expected to rally outside of the Democratic National Convention over the next 4 days. We're going to check in next with our Lilia Luciano to find out more about the message protesters are trying to send. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back.
America's more like a quilt. Many patches.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to America Decides. We are coming to you from Democratic National Convention headquarters at the United Center in Chicago. And there's a remarkable moment playing out behind me on stage right now. There you see the famed civil rights leader, Jesse Jackson Sr., being led off the stage. He got a huge round of applause, obviously from Chicago, so this is his hometown. He is 82 years old. He has an advanced case of Parkinson's, which is why he is in a wheelchair. But there has been a big focus on his role organizing, which paved the path for everything that we are seeing here today. We're going to continue to dip in and out of the program throughout the night as big speakers emerge. Protests near this venue are planned throughout the week, calling for an end of U.S. aid to Israel and its war with Hamas. Most of the protests have been peaceful, but there was a flare-up late this afternoon, so I want to bring in Lilia Luciano to tell us more about that. Lilia, what can you tell us about this incident where it seems like a small group of protesters maybe broke off from the main group and charged through a fence?
Well, Nancy, last time you and I spoke live, it was actually starting to happen. The march had gone on just as planned, very peacefully, and people got to this park, which is just about a couple of blocks away from where the arena is. By the time we got here, 2 of these squares that you see behind me or 3 or 4 actually, between 2 and 4 had been taken down by protesters. What we heard is that people took them down using sledgehammers. I wasn't here, so I can't confirm that that's what was used, but they were off. They were pushed in, and then protesters started going into where you see behind me, beyond the fence where police are. There were several dozen protesters there. We were able to see as they manifested, they chanted, they continued their chants for the end of the war in Gaza. And then there was a small group of officers on this side who were kind of standing by, waiting, waiting for backup and telling protesters to move, but no confrontation. And then a couple dozen other officers in riot gear then showed up with their face shields, with batons, and they were able to push, including the police superintendent. A group of them were able to push all of the protesters, all of the media outside of that, through the fence. And then as more protesters gathered in this park, then we saw a mass showing of police in riot gear. They lined up all along the park. The whole park was surrounded by them, and they started moving people, telling people to move away, move away, move away, until they cleared the entire park. There was no tear gas, there was no violence. There was only one protester that I saw that went over the fence and was kind of dangling there over the fence once police took everybody out, and police didn't take him out of there. And then things remained peaceful. All the protesters have left the park, and now we're just seeing people in their bikes coming around, but the protest has essentially ended.
Got it. Lilia Luciano outside of this convention, keeping an eye on the protests. Thanks so much. And now I'm joined by CBS News political contributor Ashley Etienne. She is also the former communications director for Vice President Harris, so she has a unique perspective. And Ashley, tell me your impressions of this night one of the convention and what you've heard so far.
Well, I can tell you that the energy is incredibly electric, not just within the building, but outside the building. Everyone I've run into, from elected officials from across the country to delegates to people who are just travel into town with no other objective other than to just be in this sphere, in this space. Everyone is incredibly excited about the possibilities of Kamala Harris's candidacy, excited about where the party is right now, and the enthusiasm, the momentum behind her. So it's incredibly electric, and everyone's very excited, so I'm excited about it.
And when I saw you first this evening, you were remarking on the fact that there has been a focus, at least in night one, what we've seen so far, on Black women. Was that a conscious choice? Tell us more about that.
Absolutely. I've been hearing the rumblings and the murmurs inside the party for some time now that there was going to be a huge focus on Black women. This is sort of a full circle moment for Black women. You know, there was an opening moment where they focused on Fannie Lou Hamer, who argued for Black participation within the Democratic Party, asking, are we the Democratic Party? Meaning, why aren't we more inclusive? Why aren't you including Black people? There was a focus on Dorothy Height, Shirley Chisholm, who's the first woman to actually run for the presidency. So the point that's been made tonight is that this is a full circle moment. Black women were the first to argue that Biden should put a woman on the ticket and then lean in, suggesting and insisting to some degree that it should be Kamala Harris. They were also the first to organize when there were questions about whether or not Joe Biden could continue and actually continue in the presidency and run for president. They were the first to start organizing around Kamala Harris, and they were the first to hold a call with 40,000 women from across the country. And they kicked off all of these other calls that started to happen and created the momentum behind Kamala Harris. So they've been the wind at her back this entire moment. So there's been a focus on acknowledging the work of Black women to really make the party rise to its full ideals.
And, you know, Black women are such an important base in this party that President Biden made a promise that he would nominate a Black woman as vice president.
Yeah, and it's because of that insistence. I mean, I think over the past 10 or so years, Black women have been sort of recognizing and their own power in this party, and acknowledging that we are the very core in the essence of this party. We deserve not just a vice president, but a Supreme Court justice and all of these other positions, because now it's our time. We've been the backbone of this party long enough. The party now owes us to give us a seat at the table, and that's what they've been demanding. And this is the full circle moment where Kamala Harris is going to be at the head of that table.
first black female nominee. Now, I want to ask you about something. I talked to Cedric Richmond earlier tonight. He worked in the White House with the vice president, as you did.
Yeah.
And he said that because she is the first black female vice president, the first female vice president, that they did struggle to try to figure out how to position her, how to sell her. Was that something that you witnessed firsthand?
Absolutely. You know, I've worked for the two most powerful women in American politics, Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris. I've been fortunate enough to do that. And when you work for a woman leader, the first order of business is positioning them. To not just for them to understand and realize their own power, but that power has to be expressed. And how you express that power has to be very intentional. And that's from, you know, big things like posture, words they use, the angles at which, you know, photos are shot, how, you know, all these layers.
Policy assignments.
Policy assignments. Assignments that actually are achievable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not getting bad assignments. All of those things, positioning them substantively, you know, all of those things are important. So I think Cedric Richmond's absolutely right. I think the benefit that she's been able to have is this incredible record from being the first Attorney General, U.S. Senate. She's the most prepared person to go into that office. So I do agree with him, but there's probably very little positioning at this point that she needs to actually do. But when we were with her the first year, that was a really major focus, is how do we demonstrate and convey to the world that the woman could be in that particular position, and it could be Kamala Harris, and she could have the top job.
When there's no script, there's no playbook.
No, absolutely not. No, but there's do's and don'ts, obviously. I mean, there's been a lot of, you know, Hillary Clinton tried it, obviously, so there's lessons learned from her. But when you do this job in terms of communications, you take from all these powerful women, Michelle Obama to Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and then you incorporate that into the lessons learned for Kamala Harris.
Ashley Etienne, fascinating perspective. Thank you so
for
much.
having
We'll
me.
be talking again. Appreciate it. Chicago itself has a storied history in Democratic politics. We're going to have more on that connection next. You're streaming America Decides.
Co-Chair Romero to present the national platform as recommended for approval by the committee. Our platform is grounded in our democratic values of hope, of progress, and love of our country. It makes a strong statement about the historic work that President Biden and Vice President Harris have accomplished.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be.
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides. You're joining us from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago on night 1, the first time that the Windy City has hosted this convention since 1996. Our Adriana Diaz is down closer to the floor. She joins me now. Adriana, you have covered Chicago for years. Tell us about the significance of Chicago hosting the convention this year. Illinois obviously is not a battleground state, but it's close to some big ones.
It is not, but Democrats here hope that Illinois will be part of the blue wall they believe is needed to win this election. That is Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, so it is sandwiched between some battleground states here that really are in play. But there is, as you said, a storied history of Chicago. It's actually the city that has hosted the most conventions in history. This is number 26. As you said, 1996 was the last DNC here. That's when people were doing the Macarena here in the stands, if you might remember, Nancy. These are different times now, but there is a strategic significance to Chicago. On the practical side, they have the hotels and the restaurants to support all of these visitors. But on the symbolic side, this is really the middle of the country. This is middle America. The voters that Kamala Harris wants to reach, that both candidates really want to reach, it is geographically centered, but also, although Chicago is so blue, a lot of the surrounding areas and states are red. When I was based here for almost 10 years, I spoke just as often to people on the south side of Chicago as I did to farmers in rural areas around this city and around this state. So there really is kind of that slice of America that you can get right here in the Midwest.
Right, and crucially, you've got Michigan, Wisconsin, not far away, and those are 2 key battleground states in the Midwest. Adriana Diaz, thanks so much for that insight and perspective. Still to come, our political panel weighs in on the importance of this convention to Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential bid. You're streaming America Decides on night 1 of the Democratic Convention. We'll be right back.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. We will now have a voice vote on the motion to ceremonially confirm our vice presidential nominee. All in favor of the motion, please proudly say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I'm thrilled to proudly reaffirm Tim Walz as our Democratic nominee for vice president.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to Chicago, where we are live from the Democratic Convention and anticipating President Biden's address to the convention this evening. They're doing some housekeeping right now, adopting the platform and congratulating the nominee, Kamala Harris, and her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz. Let's bring in our political panel now, Chuck Rocha and Matt Gorman. Chuck is a Democratic strategist who was a senior advisor to Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign. And Matt is a Republican strategist who served as a senior advisor to Senator Tim Scott's presidential campaign. Welcome to both of you. Chuck, you are here at the convention, so I'll start with you. Tell me your perception so far on how the convention is shaping up on night one and what you expect to hear from President Biden tonight.
Well, it's a nice reminder to be back in Chicago. I was here as the youngest delegate from the state of Texas in 1996, and I remember this very Coliseum and the energy in the room that night. I think that's what struck me from walking in. It's like an old reunion. I get to see all the old Democratic friends of mine, but I think that's what's really changed in this campaign in the last 30 days is the energy. We were flat on our face 30 days ago. My Democratic friends were worried to death. But today, there's like an injection of energy, and you feel it in this room. You feel it as soon as you walk in. You feel it in focus groups that I'm currently doing. And I think that's the real difference. And tonight, what I'm looking for is to make a real message from the Democrats to the American people of what we're going to do to make their lives better and what distinguishes us between us and the Republicans.
Chuck, I'm glad that this is a full circle moment for you. Matt, I want to ask you about the energy at this convention, because obviously there was a ton of energy at the Republican convention. What you didn't see at the Republican convention is something that you're seeing here, which is for current and former presidents, first ladies, being willing to come up and speak on behalf of the nominee. How much should we read into what that says about the position that that nominee, Donald Trump, finds himself in right now?
Not much. Look, a Republican president, a past Republican president or current, hasn't been to the convention since '08 when George W. Bush did a video address into St. Paul for John McCain. So, look, that's just a fact of life for Republicans right now. And look, I think Chuck's right to an extent, right? Joe Biden was acting as essentially a metaphorical dam on Democratic money and enthusiasm. But when he left the race, it's flowed through. And we're essentially back to where we were in many respects, or expected the race to be in June 26th before that debate. And so I think right now we're going to see it's going to be a tight race either way. But now it's much more of a jump ball than it was, as Chuck points out, a month ago.
Matt, I don't know how much of Caitlin Huey-Burns' interview of the former president you were able to see, but basically she asked him about the frustration on the part of a lot of leading Republicans about his personal attacks on Kamala Harris, her appearance, her intelligence, and he basically said he's not going to change and he doesn't care what they have to say. I would imagine that doesn't surprise you at all at this point.
No, it doesn't. I mean, the man's 78 years old. He's going to do what he's going to do, you know, for better or worse. But look, what I'll say is this. The best attack against Kamala Harris isn't purely policy. It's not purely personal either. It's that she's someone without a core political set of principles. She's a chameleon, as J.D. Vance has put it. And talking about that, I think, is probably the most effective. As we saw, the first thing she puts her name on after walking back a host of positions from 2020 is an economic plan that's been pilloried by not just Republicans, but the Washington Post and Jason Furman, who's a former Obama aide. So I think that's telling in and of itself. So follow that path, and we'll see where things go.
Chuck, our CBS News poll over the weekend found that more than a third of Americans still don't really know much about Kamala Harris, her positions, her platform, which means that not only is this convention crucial for defining her, but it's also a huge opportunity for Democrats if they get it right. What can they do to get it right? And what should Harris herself do on Thursday to make sure that at the end of this week, American voters feel like they know who she is and what she stands for?
The Democrats should have a convention 60 days before folks start getting ballots like we're doing right now. This is the most perfect timing in the world. Is that on Saturday, the campaign announced that they're going to be spending hundreds of millions of dollars to tell their story to the American people. This week, every press outlet from all over the world is here covering our convention. This is when you make the case because, as Matt knows and I know, we've run lots of campaigns, people start really tuning in right around Labor Day. And that's where we are right now. That's why this sets up so good for Kamala Harris. Matt was right, and I would agree with him, that this was 70-30 Trump till a month ago. Now it's back to 50-50. We're in the game. And is it inching more our way every day with the current polling? Sure it is. But it's going to be a tough battle to the end. But we get to introduce ourselves now to the American people with a new slate of folks who have a proven track record. And I think that's what this week is going to be so pivotal for our party.
No question, with the vice presidential nominee Tim Walz speaking on Wednesday, and then Vice President Harris herself, the nominee, on Thursday. Chuck Rocha and Matt Gorman, thanks so much for joining me. We'll be speaking again soon, I know. Well, we're now just hours away from the President of the United States speaking at this convention, which, as of just 1 month ago, don't forget, was set to recognize him as the Democratic Party's presidential nominee. Obviously, a lot has changed since then. And I want to talk about that with my next guest. Democratic Congresswoman, House Minority Whip, Katherine Clark, is here to talk about these changes, and it really is a completely transformed race. I know that you were among those who stood by President Biden right until the end when he announced that he was going to be stepping aside. And so I'm wondering what this past month has been like for you and what this night has been like, knowing that it's kind of a passing of the baton moment.
I am so looking forward to tonight and hearing from our president, who's been a transformative president and has made this incredible patriotic decision to pass the torch to his vice president, Kamala Harris. And tonight we're going to hear from him, not only honoring him, but his vision for the future with President Harris.
And speaking of President Harris, you know, out on the campaign trail, former President Trump has been arguing that somehow this was a coup, that this nomination was stolen by Kamala Harris and other Democratic leaders from its rightful owner, President Biden. I want to play you some of that sound and then ask you about it. Let's take a listen.
I wonder if they knew that when they did an overthrow or a coup on Joe Biden. I wonder if they knew where she comes from, where she came from, what her ideology is.
So how do you respond to people like the former president who say that this was somehow undemocratic? Because after all the delegates here in this arena, they cast their votes for President Biden, not for Vice President Harris.
You know, Donald Trump can't even imagine this scenario. There is nothing he has done in his life as president, as running for president again, that is anything about anyone but him. That is his whole purpose, is how does he gain power? How does he gain control? And so the idea of President Biden responding to a nation and saying, I'm not the best person at this time. I am going to pass the torch to the next generation. He can't even fathom that. That is so out of anything that he can imagine. And now he finds himself with a complete energy change. And with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz just having momentum moving forward as they travel across this country talking to voters about how they're going to lower their costs, grow the middle class, and protect our fundamental freedoms. Everything that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are against. And so he's totally perplexed and flailing around at this moment to try and understand the situation he's in, because that's his worldview. His worldview stops at his own fence post, and he just can't imagine the situation he's in, where Kamala Harris is connecting on a different level, and he's seeing the American people reject him and his extremism.
And yet, back in 2016, he said over and over again something was wrong with Hillary Clinton. She's ill. She's, got some terrible disease. And there were voters who eventually started to believe that. Is there a possibility in this race that if he keeps saying Kamala Harris is dumb, Kamala Harris is crazy, she's a Marxist, if he keeps on, painting her in this way, that eventually some of it's going to stick?
I'm sure with some of his base followers, maybe they believe him. But I think people understand what's happening here. And it is very hard when you look at Kamala Harris, when you hear her plans for making sure that we bring reproductive freedom back to this country, that we reject the extremism that they're offering, that she sees the American people and she says to them, I don't want you to just get by, I want you to get ahead. And here are the solutions, whether it's about price gouging, whether it's about helping children and families afford childcare, whether it's about protecting our environment, whether it's about reforming our immigration system. She's coming to the table with a vision about an economy where everyone can see themselves. And she is coming to the table with a vision of the future. And people are sick of the divisiveness, of the name-calling, of the bullying. They want to see themselves reflected in a presidential campaign, and they are finding that in Kamala Harris.
Let's talk about some of those proposals, because she's suggesting a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. She's talking about a $6,000 child tax credit for newborns. Some really generous proposals, pretty progressive, which is surprising coming at this moment in the campaign when typically candidates tend to move towards the center rather than going more to the edges of their party. Why do you think she is taking that approach?
I think you've seen this from the last 4 years as vice president. She believes in investing in the American people. She wants the winner circle in this country to grow and not just be for the already very wealthy, the already very connected. So she's saying to wealthy Americans, she's saying to corporations, pay your fair share. And let's make sure we're building a robust economy where everybody can see a future for themselves and for their children. And the American people understand it. They get that the system is often rigged against them, and they're rejecting that kind of extremism and the picture that Donald Trump is painting. And let's look at what he's proposing. Last week, he upped the ante and said 20% tariffs, which translates to $3,000 more in costs on goods for the average American family. That doesn't make sense for our country, for the economy. It certainly doesn't make sense for voters.
House Minority Whip Catherine Clark, thanks so much for joining me this evening. Enjoy the convention.
Thank you, I will.
Absolutely, you're welcome. Well, stay with us because we're going to have more analysis from day one of the 2024 Democratic National Convention as we await President Biden's speech. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of night one of the Democratic National Convention. I want to bring in now CBS News political director Finn Gomez. Finn, so good to see you. You're the perfect person to talk to because you were at the Republican convention 1 month ago when this was a very different race.
Yes.
When, they basically put on their entire convention thinking that they were going to be running against Joe Biden.
Right.
talk about the similarities, differences you see so far, and it's early in night one. You know, we are not like really in the swing of things yet. But the similarities and differences between this convention and the Republican convention in terms of who's been asked to speak, who's attending, the energy, all of it.
I mean, I think just, you know, strangely enough, Nancy, I think that, you know, so much has happened since in the last couple of weeks, obviously since the RNC in Milwaukee, but there has been one major similarity that I have found is that during that convention, you saw like this sense of unity, collective unity across, you know, they did feel that they felt very good and confident, cocky about where they were in terms of the race. And now, because the script has essentially been flipped, you know, now you're seeing, and they're also contrasting themselves with the disarray at the time with the Democrats. But now, here, a couple weeks later, in Chicago, you're finding the unity and that sense of unity here, right, amongst the Democrats with this this momentum they now see and feel are surrounding Kamala Harris. Whereas in contrast to the Republicans and Donald Trump right now, there's this sense of like, you know, there's this sense of you know, bad headlines and things aren't going so great on their side, right? So I think in just a couple weeks, and it just shows like sort of the mercurial nature of and uniqueness of this cycle, right? That things can change like that.
But there's a surprise in every cycle, right? I mean, the only thing that's constant in elections is there is no constant. And tonight, we're not just going to be hearing from President Biden, and there'll be a huge outpouring of emotion when he speaks, but also former Secretary of State, former Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. And we all remember 8 years ago when she walked out in that white pantsuit onto that stage and talked about what a revolutionary thing it would be if she were to be elected the first female president. And it didn't happen. And tonight, even though Kamala Harris doesn't talk a lot about being the first, really talk at all about being the first, Hillary Clinton, we're told, is going to touch on that and what a history-making moment it would be.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw, you know, we were both there in Philadelphia for that convention and also at the Javits Center and on election night as well. And in speaking to delegates here and also some advisors to Hillary Clinton in 2016, there's a sense that like there's this continuation of her legacy that they felt was arrested or stopped because of the outcome in 2016. And now they're looking at this potential for history, for electing the first woman president that I think is palpable here. You really hear a lot of chatter in the hallways and delegates talking about that as well. The historic nature of what could happen in 78 days from now.
And, you know, even though the vice president is not here, and technically she's not speaking until Thursday night, I have the feeling that we're going to see her, we're going to see her vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, at key moments throughout this convention in some way.
Yeah, and I think you got a little taste of that earlier today when Walz dropped in on this Pennsylvania breakfast delegation when he wasn't expected. Like the sense of like, you know, of surprise and these reveals, but also like I think they sense the energy of the crowd, and it's also like it's a little bit of reward, connecting them, and also continuing that momentum that they feel so strongly, not only here in Chicago but throughout the country.
Right, and they're hoping they can capture that momentum and take it through the next 80 or so days. Vin Gomez, thanks so much. Appreciate your insight. Well, that's going to do it for me for now. CBS News special coverage will continue all evening long, and I'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Thanks for joining me. You're streaming America Decides. See you tomorrow.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adult
adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America.
We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We'll take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
Welcome to CBS News coverage of night one of the Democratic National Convention from right here in the United Center. In presidential races, momentum is so often the name of the game, and this week, Democrats look to celebrate the woman who has it in spades. Vice President Kamala Harris has upended the presidential race since replacing President Biden as the Democratic Party's nominee. And since that decision about a month ago, she has narrowed the gap with former President Donald Trump. A new CBS News poll shows they are now in a dead heat in those key battleground states. We should note that Harris is the first woman of color to win a major party nomination, and she's trying to become the first woman to break the highest glass ceiling in American politics. We're also going to hear tonight from Hillary Clinton, who tried to do just that 8 years ago. We also want to note that there was an emotional moment about an hour ago when Reverend Jesse Jackson waved to the crowd. The civil rights leader and Chicagoan has Parkinson's disease. But of course, he's one of the most influential black leaders and is often credited for clearing the way for the rise of Barack Obama. And now, Vice President Harris, he got a standing ovation. Many people here were in tears seeing the Reverend Jackson. Now, at this week's convention, we'll also hear from 3 presidents, starting tonight with President Joe Biden. And earlier today, we saw the president and the First Lady. They completed a walkthrough of the stage. This is expected to be a bittersweet moment for the 81-year-old president, delivering an address that some say could be more of a farewell than a coronation, although advisors to President Biden say this is not a legacy speech. This is about passing the torch to his vice president. I want to bring in our powerhouse political team, CBS News Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson, Chief Election Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa, and more of our correspondents joining us as well. Down on the convention floor, out in the field, lots of news to report tonight. John, let's talk about what tonight is going to be, because this was supposed to be Joe Biden's convention, and instead he's here on the first night, and then he'll leave.
That's right. 3 nights earlier than he was expecting. As you were giving the introduction, Nora, a month ago, Joe Biden was the nominee. This is a story tonight about a party transformed and then this really personal drama. The party that's transformed. Think about all the election, the conventions you've covered. Usually you listen to party people try to whip up excitement. They got plenty of excitement coming in here. So what do they do with that? That's the first thing I'm interested in and looking for. And then also Joe Biden, an intensely personal moment. Can he turn that into an introduction to his vice president, which he's a character witness for her, and can he define what this race is about in a way that leverages all of the strong feeling he'll have here in this room? So there's an act of political athleticism for him that's embedded inside this extremely personal moment.
Robert Costa, you just had that incredible interview with President Biden, his first since announcing that he would drop out of the presidential contest. What do you know about what he'll say tonight? And also, how's he feeling? Give us a sense of him from you were there with him.
President Biden, I'm told, is looking at this speech tonight, this moment, not so much as a legacy opportunity. He's going to have opportunities between now and January and after to think about what his place in history is and how he wants to define it. What tonight is about is, to build on John's point, introducing Vice President Harris to the party, to the country, but it's also about something that's pretty intriguing I just picked up in the last hour. It's about reaching out to traditional Democratic constituencies, older voters, voters of color, members of the labor unions, and saying, she is one of us. She has my imprimatur as someone who can bring together all of those Democratic constituencies at this crucial time, because she hasn't been out there like he has for 50-plus years building these relationships, especially with the teachers' unions, the car manufacturing unions, all of these labor unions out there. They like her, they're open to her, but he's going to say, you better get with her and organize on the ground. And coming from him, that will mean a lot to her.
Mm-hmm. How important is that endorsement, essentially, vocally in the way that he'll do it tonight? Because one of the things that struck me in our CBS poll just over the weekend, it was 2/3 of Americans don't know a lot about Kamala Harris.
Right, and he has, I'm reminded in 1992 when Bill Clinton won the Democratic nomination, they had to do a film about his life, The Man from Hope, because they found out that people either didn't know anything about him or they had all these misimpressions. Well, if you're that late in the game and they need to define you, that's a moment of fragility, because it means you can be defined negatively. So the real test for the president is, can he define Kamala Harris, not just she's wonderful, I love her, but tell us something that people at home who are just tuning in can hook onto. She's that kind of person. Because that's something that then they tell their friend about, that it lives on in politics. And that's the test for him, more than just saying she's wonderful. We know he'll do that.
We've heard a lot about joy from the Harris campaign, the politics of joy. It seems like 1992, Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, that convention song. But you're also going to hear from President Biden tonight urgency. Can the Democrats couple together urgency? They believe former President Trump is a threat to democracy, with this new effusive sense of joy within the party about having a woman of color atop the ticket with all of her experience. President Biden really believes the country's at an alarming crossroads. And you will hear that coursing through his speech tonight, even as he hits all of the political points.
Mm-hmm. For more of the excitement that's happening here at the convention, let's check in with our correspondents who are down on the convention floor. Ed O'Keefe has been down there talking with delegates and lawmakers. Hi there, Ed.
Nora, good evening. Welcome to night one here on the floor of the United Center, normally the home of the Chicago Bulls and the Chicago Blackhawks. For the next 4 nights, it's home to Democrats. President Biden was here in the building earlier today rehearsing for his speech tonight. A reporter shouted at him, "Is tonight bittersweet?" The president responded, "No, tonight is memorable." We know he's been working on his address in recent days at Camp David with his speechwriters. It is expected to touch a bit on his 5 decades of public service, but mostly, as you guys said, cover what exactly Kamala Harris could do as president. And what better character witness than the man who helped make her vice president and has worked alongside her for the last 4 years, first on the campaign trail and then at the White House. It's also a bittersweet night for the Delaware Democratic Party. He is, of course, the leader of it, has been a senior and active member for more than 5 decades. I'm joined now by State Senator Sarah McBride, the Democratic Party endorsed candidate for Congress. You're still in a primary. I looked this up, not to be impolite, but you're 34 years old. Joe Biden has either been your senator or involved in national politics your entire life. What does he mean to your state party and to your state, and how are you all processing and thinking about tonight?
Well, there's no question that Joe Biden is Delaware's favorite son. And I think tonight, the entire Delaware delegation and Democrats throughout this arena are filled with gratitude and pride in Joe Biden. Pride and gratitude for a lifetime of service to our state and our country. Gratitude for the transformational presidency that Joe Biden has delivered for the American people. And pride in the fact that Joe Biden has made a historically selfless and patriotic decision in passing the baton to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And I think we are here tonight to celebrate Joe Biden and to demonstrate as well our energy and our enthusiasm for the Harris-Walz ticket.
I mean, he's going to get a rousing reception because these are delegates who until a month ago were prepared to vote for him, have worked for him. But he's speaking to a room full of people, many of whom were actively trying to get him out. I mean, it's got to be a somewhat awkward and bittersweet moment, not only for him, but for you, his fellow Delawareans who, are now going to watch someone else take the mantle when you were expecting him to for the next 4 years.
Well, look, we are proud of him. And obviously the conversation that the Democratic Party had with Joe Biden was a difficult conversation over several weeks. This was ultimately his decision. And he made a decision that put the country before himself, something that Donald Trump has never done ever in his life. And so, honestly, I think the emotions this evening are, yes, a moment to reflect on an incredible lifetime of service and the passage of time, but also genuine gratitude and love for this man who has helped to energize the Democratic Party by passing the baton to a new generation of leadership. And I think in Delaware, we are genuinely just proud of this incredibly good and decent man.
They put his name on the rest stop and the train station. What else should Delaware do to honor him once he's out of office?
Well, I think we're going to continue to envelop this man in all of the love that he absolutely deserves. Delaware is family for Joe Biden. He's looked out for us throughout his life. We look forward to celebrating him in so many ways. So maybe we got to get an airport so that we can name it after him.
It wouldn't hurt. Yeah. All right. State Senator McBride, thank you so much for taking a moment. Nora, back up to you.
An airport. Delaware is a pretty small state. I don't know. Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much. CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel also joins us from the floor here at the United Center. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. Ed's absolutely right that this is the home of the Chicago Bulls on most nights. They won 3 championships on this floor back in the 1990s. But more to the point of this evening, this is also where Bill Clinton won 4 more years for Democrats, or began that journey anyway, in 1996. And that's the energy that Democrats are trying to harness tonight. I like to pay attention to the signs and the symbols you see on the floor. And I've noticed a lot more American flag signage, frank patriotism on display than you might have expected. There are American flag pins, there are American flag outfits, and then when it comes to the signs that people have been waving, you've got one that just says USA, USA. That's a little different. In the prior convention, the RNC back in July, there was also a lot of headwear that was interesting. We have interesting headwear here on the floor as well. Clark, I'm going to guide you up to the Washington State delegation. If you can see there, they've got the blinking cowboy hats and a sash that says Cowboy Kamala on it. Now, I know enough to know that all of that is a reference to Beyonce. I will leave further interpretation of the overall look to larger experts than I. On the final subject here, the keynote speaker of the night, Joe Biden. I put the question to several delegates, was it heroic for President Joe Biden to decline to run for a second term? And many people here agree. They think it was heroic. They think it puts the current and soon-to-be former president in a league with George Washington, who famously declined to run for a third term. But then what hangs over everything tonight and for the nights ahead is the question of what will happen to Joe Biden's legacy if he is unable to successfully hand the party over to Kamala Harris and a victory in November. That is something that people are not ready to contemplate just yet, but it is a big thought and a cloud on the horizon as people usher in this new era, all with sunshine and a whole lot of positive energy as of right this moment, Nora.
Tony DeCopel referencing, of course, the excitement that Beyonce could or might appear in some form this week, and also noting something that the president talked about with Robert Costa in his interview, that the most important thing for him is defeating Donald Trump and making sure that he never enters the White House again. Want to check in with our CBS News correspondent, Adriana Diaz. She is at the podium. And Adriana, I want to talk to you about reproductive rights, because as we look at sort of the discussion tonight between the speakers and the topics, reproductive rights is going to be one of the major topics tonight, right?
It absolutely will. And Nora, as you know, this has been one of the most receptive issues for Vice President Harris. She's really owned this issue ever since Roe was overturned. And when you look at that speaker list, you see several speakers that are going to talk about abortion, 3 women who are going to talk about their personal experiences. One woman who was raped by her stepfather became pregnant at 12. Another woman who nearly died when she was refused care at Louisiana hospitals when she was suffering a miscarriage. They're going to introduce Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky. He calls himself a proud pro-choice governor. So this will definitely be a major theme tonight. But the question is, will it drive turnout like it did in the midterms in 2022? Our CBS News poll just from yesterday found that 51% of Americans surveyed said it is a major factor in their vote for president, but that actually ranks 7th when you look at other issues like the economy, like crime, like gun safety, like the border. So it is certainly a focus for the party. Will it be a focus? How big of a focus will it be for Americans on election night? Nora?
It's an excellent question. Adriana Diaz, thank you so much. Want to bring in Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. He joins us now here. Senator, good to see you.
Good to see you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, how's the first night of the convention?
Well, it's great. It's pretty loud in there.
But luckily we have these big things on our ears so we can hear well.
I don't know what we'd do without them. I was just in Glendale with my wife, Gabby Giffords, seeing the Vice President and Tim Walz just last week, and the energy in that room was just off the charts.
Want to ask you about the state of Arizona. CBS has a new poll out this weekend that shows that Trump is ahead by 1 point in Arizona. It's one of the 3 of the 7 battleground states where Trump still has a lead. Of course, Harris has narrowed the gap.
Yep.
What do you see as the challenge in Arizona for the Democratic ticket?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't say 1 point is a lead. You know, we know that's...
Well, you know what? You are absolutely right. I know my polling. That's within the margin of error.
It's within the margin of error. But let's talk about, you know, on the options here. We have Kamala Harris that can lead this country into the future, that is going to help bring down costs for American families, housing, prescription drugs, groceries, all those things American families care about. We have Donald Trump, who can drag us back into the past. I mean, what has he done for Arizona when you think about it? He's restricted women's reproductive rights. He says that he broke Roe v. Wade, and because of that, women in Arizona we've been bouncing back and forth between one abortion ban and another. And he said he's going to double down on that. He's going to restrict, if he gets the opportunity, he said he'll restrict abortion medication from being shipped between states. That's effectively going to ban abortion. Arizona women and men are fed up with this. For that reason, I believe Kamala Harris is going to win in Arizona. Now, in Arizona, elections are often very close, statewide elections. Was for me in 2020, again in 2022. But I'm going to do everything I possibly can to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz win in Arizona and they are elected to the White House.
And is there a reproductive rights or abortion issue on the ballot as well in Arizona this year?
There is. I mean, to restore a right that was taken away by Donald Trump. So that's going to be on the ballot. And my hope is, and my expectation is, that's going to pass and women will get these rights back. It has been a really horrible time for women in Arizona since Donald Trump got into the White House, but really what he did with the Supreme Court and enabled this fundamental right to go away.
What have you counseled the Vice President and Governor Walz in terms of what they would need to do in order to win the state of Arizona?
Well, Kamala Harris has a great story to tell for Arizona. When you look at the CHIPS and Science Act, bipartisan legislation she supported, the White House worked on, that's tens of thousands of good-paying jobs that you can actually raise a family on. I've met some of these folks. You know, jobs that you don't need a 4-year degree for. She has delivered on that issue. And so many issues. I mean, she is the obvious choice here. It's not Donald Trump. I mean, the guy has basically his legacy is a giant tax cut for billionaires like himself.
And yet one of the biggest vulnerabilities for the Democratic Party, and certainly this administration, is immigration. That's a big issue not only in your state, but across this country.
It's an issue I've worked on with this White House and with Kamala Harris as well. And we, with the White House and Democrats and Republicans in the United States Senate, we worked together and crafted a strong border security bill. It was bipartisan. It had the votes. And then we know what happened. Donald Trump told them they can't vote for it.
But do you think that voters, persuadables in your state, believe that it was Donald Trump who killed the bill?
Well, he did. I mean,
I know. I understand from following that, but do you think they believe that?
Some do, and there are probably some that don't. And that's why it's my job to explain that to them over the next 70-something days, that this was an opportunity we had to do something through legislation, which is really the way this is supposed to be done. Now, in the absence of that legislation, this administration took some executive actions, and that takes care of some of the issues. What my expectation is when Kamala Harris is president, we're going to bring that bill back. With Donald Trump out of the picture, we're going to get Republicans to support that bill. We're going to pass it. We're going to get it to her desk to get signed.
I want to bring in my colleagues John Dickerson and Robert Costa as well.
Senator, you mentioned that in Arizona, votes are close for you in 20 and 2022. Obviously, Donald Trump made a lot about how close the race was in 2020. How are you feeling about the security of the vote when it comes in, and whether there will be mischief making that will create all kinds of mischief?
Well, Donald Trump lying about our democracy is what's going to cause the problem. I mean, if there is one. I mean,
but is Arizona impervious to that because you have good local officials who are going to get it done and not let that befuddle them?
Well, that's true. I mean, our Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, our Governor, Katie Hobbs, are going to make sure that we have a free and fair election like we did in 2020. The former governor, Governor Doug Ducey, I mean, he talked very eloquently about how we do elections well in Arizona. And the reason he says this is because we do. We're really good at this. A lot of people vote by mail, but we count the votes. There's limited, fraud that goes on. Obviously, there's always, 1 or 2 here that happens. But we had a fair election in 2020, despite what Kari Lake and Donald Trump currently say about this. They just don't want to lose. I mean, we've all grown up with kids in middle school that don't like to lose. That's what the two of them are. They don't want to lose. They will never admit it when they lost. They lost in 2020, and they're going to lose again here in 2024.
Senator, good to see you. When you look at Arizona, there are still many John McCain Republicans, traditional Republican hawks in the state, Jeff Flake Republicans, members of the LDS Church who find Trump repugnant when it comes to his character. What are you doing personally to win over those traditional Republicans in Arizona, not just to sit home maybe because they can't vote for Trump, but to actually come across the aisle and vote for Vice President Harris?
Well, those John McCain Republicans, many of them voted for me in 2020 and again in 2022. And it's because on so many issues, we're sort of, in the same place. We don't agree on everything. I didn't agree with John McCain on everything. But he was a hero of mine, a guy I looked up to from my early days in the United States Navy. And I have tremendous respect for him. And I have tremendous respect for the Republican Party in Arizona the way it used to be under John McCain, under Jeff Flake, and others. The Republican Party, unfortunately, has changed in the state of Arizona and in so many other places. Now, it's important to me, and I think it's important to our country, that we have 2 strong, normal parties, Democrats and Republicans. That is healthy for our democracy. And my expectation is after 2024 and Donald Trump goes back to the golf course for good, we can get back to that in Arizona and other states.
Senator Mark Kelly, always good to have you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good seeing you.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on.
Give Gabby Giffords our best.
I will do that. Thank you.
And as you can hear, some of the entertainment has already begun here on day 1 of the Democratic Convention. We are going to be hearing from Hillary Clinton, Dr. Jill Biden, Ashley Biden, and then President Joe Biden, among many others. Tonight we'll have more. Also ahead, the new CBS News polling on the state of the race. Stay with us.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity? I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to the first night of the Democratic Convention here in Chicago. We are at the United Center inside where the events have already gotten underway, but I want to check in outside where our own Lilia Luciano is, and she is covering those protests. And Lilia, I understand that there were dozens of protesters that broke through security fences earlier. What can you tell us?
That's right, Nora. That happened just behind me. As you might be able to see, right behind is the United Arena. And just now, this small group of protesters started marching over here. This is a very small group compared to the thousands that marched, starting at Union Park, which is about a 10-minute walk from here. There were some scuffles with police, about 200 protesters, or 200 officers and about 100 protesters there. We're seeing maybe around 50 to 100 now walking around this block. But as you said, this is the park where the big march, the march on the DNC ended. They broke a few of these parts of the fence, about 4 of them. At that point, dozens of protesters went across the fence into the protected area and manifested there. At that point, we saw about a couple dozen police officers in riot gear who were able to push them through the fence into this park. In this area, the protests grew, and the number of police and riot gear was remarkable. Also remarkable was the fact that there was no tear gas deployed, there was no violent clashes, there were a handful of people who were arrested. I got a chance to talk to Superintendent Larry Snelling, who told me that the way that police have been training has been first and foremost to respect people's First Amendment rights, but to make sure that police here will not tolerate violence or vandalism. And of course, this breaking and breaching of the fence does constitute that kind of vandalism that they were making sure to stop. So they brought everybody out, and then this massive force of police and riot gear pushed everybody out of the park. And at that point, the protest just dissipated, and little offshoots of the protest emerged elsewhere in that park. This one that's going around these neighborhoods. But all in all, things have been peaceful throughout the day.
Lilia Luciano noting, of course, mostly peaceful, protest controlled, very different from what we saw in 1968, those violent protesters and being beaten back by clubs and the police. Then also those were anti-Vietnam War protesters. And Lilia, would you say many of the people out there protesting are talking about what's happening in Gaza?
Absolutely, Nora. The vast majority. I mean, people throughout the week will be and have been protesting on abortion rights, about immigrants' rights, about the rights of the LGBTQ community. But the mass number, the thousands upon thousands of people we saw here were all protesting against the war in Gaza. I talked to protesters and organizers, and they said that they're demanding two things: an immediate ceasefire and that the U.S. stop funding any kind of weaponry to Israel. So an arms embargo, if you will. That's the first thing that they're saying that they want, and of course an immediate ceasefire. They're trying to tell the delegates and the DNC, and of course sending a message to the nominee, to Kamala Harris, to say, you will lose our vote if you don't do more to stop the war.
Lilia Luciano, thank you so much. And I just want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, who's here, because, you know, while we see these protesters protesting here at the Democratic convention against President Biden and the Vice President Kamala Harris, at this very moment, their Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, is in the region, in Israel, getting Israel and the Prime Minister Netanyahu to come to the table on a ceasefire. They're waiting on Hamas to agree to that.
Right, and they've said actually for months now that they are on the verge of an agreement. They keep hitting snags and setbacks, but there's no question that this administration has been very focused on getting to a ceasefire. The challenge is that what these protesters want is more than a ceasefire. They want the U.S. to stop supplying military aid altogether to Israel, and that is something that President Biden and even Vice President Harris, who has spoken out pretty forcefully about the need to protect the Palestinians, she's not willing to go there either.
Want to get an update now on the state of this presidential race, because there was a lot of new polling that came in from our wonderful team. The CBS News Battleground Tracker poll has shown a major surge in enthusiasm from Democratic voters since Harris became the Democratic nominee. So, as I mentioned, we have this great elections and surveys unit, and the executive director is Anthony Salvanto. And Anthony, so excited to talk to you and have you break down for us and show us what this trend is.
I am so glad you raised that, Nora, because that is the story. Last you and I spoke when it was the Republican convention. A lot of Democrats were saying they were going to sit this one out. They weren't enthusiastic. And since then, look at this increase in the number of Democrats who say they are going to vote. So that enthusiasm has increased, and that's what has moved the needle in Kamala Harris's direction. Right now, she's up 3 points nationally. That is a shift. Joe Biden was down 5 last we spoke around that Republican convention. Now, having said that, Nora, I got to show you this. It is even in the battlegrounds, and that is why we describe this race as tight, as close. The battlegrounds are the states that will ultimately decide the Electoral College. In fact, I'll show you all of our estimates from there, and one after another is within the margin of error. All of these are tight. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. You talked about Arizona earlier. That's what I mean by a tight race. And I've got to add one other thing, one other big reason for this shift, and that is the growing gender gap. Take a look. More women now voting for Kamala Harris. She's doing better with women than Joe Biden had. Men moving towards Donald Trump. And it's the reason for that I want to show you. Number one is that more women say they feel like Kamala Harris will fight for people like them. And she's doing really well on issues that are going to be key to the Democratic base. Notably, you mentioned reproductive rights, you mentioned abortion. She is winning more than 2-to-1 among people who say that's a major factor. It's even larger among women, Nora.
Anthony Salvanto with those new numbers. Thank you so much. I want to bring in Ashley Etienne. She's the former communications director for Vice President Harris, and she's now a CBS News political contributor, and she's also here at the convention. Ashley, so good to talk to you. I mean, how much is this convention about allowing the country to learn a little bit more about who Vice President Harris is?
No, Nora, you've hit the nail on the head. If you look back at that polling that Anthony was just talking about, that there's a sizable number of Americans who still don't yet know who Kamala Harris is. And that's what this convention provides, is an opportunity to really peel back the layers, tell the story about who Kamala Harris is and why she's the right leader for this moment. And I can tell you, I've been in those rooms with the vice president. I've seen her up close. And I recall the story that she told us when we were getting ready to go into the Oval Office in the middle of COVID to talk about how we're going to get shots in the arms. And she said to us one thing that struck me. I've worked for the most powerful leaders on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. And she said, when you go into those rooms, she told the team, you remember that you represent those who don't even know those rooms exist, who don't even know these tables exist. You expand those tables. You challenge convention when you walk into those rooms, and you represent those people. And I think that's the very essence of who Kamala Harris is. And that's why she's resonating so well with the American people, because she actually sees them and they can see themselves in her. And she wants to make sure that whatever she does, that they're reflected from her policy proposals to her decision making, to her very ethos and who she is as a leader. And I think that's the story they're going to tell here. They're going to tell it in a variety of different ways, from real people, people who've been engaged in her life, people who've been impacted by her work, from her time as Attorney General to her time in the Senate, and her leadership in the White House.
Ashley Etienne, thank you so much. So good to talk to you. And as Ashley talks about the vice president who she worked so closely with, I was interested in the story, and we're going to hear from Hillary Clinton tonight. So this is where I'm going with this line of questioning is, when President Biden dropped out of the race, one of the first calls that Kamala Harris made was to Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton said, you have my endorsement. She didn't want to be involved in looking like she was pushing President Biden out, but she wanted to stand behind Kamala Harris as another woman and try and help break that ultimate glass ceiling that Hillary Clinton was unable to do 8 years earlier.
And you remember when Hillary Clinton left the presidential race, she talked about still hoping that that glass ceiling might get broken. It feels like there's a tie from that to the candidacy of Kamala Harris, and it'll be fascinating to hear if, in fact, Secretary Clinton talks about that. She also obviously has the fact that she can say, I ran against Donald Trump. I know what happens when you don't, what the consequences are when he's elected president. So she has an opportunity to make two very strong points in the Democratic case.
And Nora, I just looked up Hillary Clinton's acceptance speech here at the convention 8 years ago. I wanted to, refresh my memory about what she had to say. She spoke so much more openly about the potential of being the first female nominee and the first female president than Harris has been willing to do on the campaign trail. I'll just read you a little quote. She said, standing here as my mother's daughter and my daughter's mother, I'm so happy this day has come. When any barrier falls in America for anyone, it clears the way for everyone. She was very explicit about breaking the glass ceiling. Kamala Harris has been more reticent. You could say it's because, she doesn't want to scare anyone who's not ready to go there. On the other hand, you could say it's so normal now in America, the idea of the first female president, because Hillary Clinton made it so, that she doesn't have to make a big deal about it anymore.
Just to build on Nancy's point very quickly, talking to confidants of Vice President Harris, she doesn't want to talk about it because when she looks in the mirror, I'm told, she sees a lawyer, someone who is a prosecutor in San Francisco, someone who is Attorney General of California, who won statewide as a senator. Is she proud of her historic candidacy? Of course she is. She could be the first black woman to ever be president of the United States, but at the same time, she wants to be seen as a leader first and everything else secondary.
Want to go now and listen in to Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow. She is speaking about Project 2025. So let's listen in.
You are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out, putting it out on the internet for everybody to read. So, we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. It's planned to turn Donald Trump into a dictator. Okay, right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda. They're talking about replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law. But that's not who we are, because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump. We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025. How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November. We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
Do you still want to listen to?
Please welcome California Senator LaFonza Butler.
Delegates, make some noise. It's great to see so many familiar faces. And I can't forget the state that I was born and raised in. Mississippi Democrats, let everybody hear you. Democrats, before I joined the Senate, I was a leader in the labor movement. So I know a champion for the people when I see one. I met Kamala Harris when she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away. What really impressed me was how well she got to know my family. My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla heard that Ms. Kamala was running for president, she asked if she could be vice president. So, no disrespect to Governor Walz, but Nyla put her name in first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common. We both graduated from historically black colleges. Me from Jackson State University. The Vice President from Howard University. We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us. And we both believe that every single one of us has the power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead. She knew a better future was possible if we stood side by side with our neighbors and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and protecting public safety. As state attorney general, together with students, she put a scam college out of business. After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes, she took on the biggest banks in the world and won a settlement 5 times what was initially offered. Every time she walked into a courtroom, she would simply say, "Kamala Harris for the people." For her, it wasn't just a professional oath. It was a battle cry. And let's be clear, to her opponents, this way of seeing the world, the idea of fighting for someone other than yourself is unthinkable. But let me tell you, Democrats, what's really unthinkable. Conning young people who simply want a good education is unthinkable. Stiffing hardworking laborers like Donald Trump did in Atlantic City is unthinkable. Bragging about having ripped away a woman's freedom to choose what she does with her own body is unthinkable. And Democrats, Americans, we deserve better. We deserve a president who is tough, not just tough talking. One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. and one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type. Democrats, that president, the president that we deserve, that president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
And the crowd here liked hearing from Senator LaFonza Butler, Democrat from California, who was appointed to fill the seat of Senator Dianne Feinstein, who passed away in 2023. I want to bring in the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison. He served as an aide to South Carolina Congressman James Clyburn before being the chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Chairman, good to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me.
How's the convention going so far?
Well, it's rocking and rolling. This is a great, great convention. We've had some amazing speeches. And the great thing about this is you see the diversity of the Democratic Party, which equates to the diversity of this great nation. We have had everybody on there, and we still got a lot more to go to tonight. So I'm really, really excited. And I'm particularly excited when this House is completely filled and Joe Biden hits that space tonight.
A lot has changed in the last month.
Yeah.
How do you think this race has changed?
Well, there's a lot of energy and excitement in this campaign, and I think Kamala Harris has really brought that. You know, in addition to that, she's brought a lot of hope and joy. When you go to these rallies across the country, I was lucky to go to Philadelphia and to Detroit, and I've never seen anything like it. And I was a part of the Obama campaign in 2008.
You think they're bigger than the Obama rallies? We covered those too.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we're not at a stadium now, but a lot of people wanted us to go to Soldier Field for this because many folks thought we could. Now, the Secret Service said that's a big no-no to do it last minute. But, I mean, you look at the rallies that she's had, and people are happy. They are joyful, and that joy and hope and happiness is infectious. And so I'm really, really excited about the direction. I think she's going to get a huge bump coming off of this convention. And then that's the momentum we need to go into November.
Soldier Field, there's been a lot of talk behind the scenes that there was a push by the Harris people to go to Soldier Field. You're saying the Secret Service is on the record?
No, I wouldn't on the record. But
what happened?
Some of us internally said that was a headache that we did not want to go through. Given this short amount of time, we didn't want to approach that, and that was going to give our folks here at the convention a headache that we didn't think we should.
But it's true, her team wanted it as an option?
I don't know, but a number of us talked about it.
And is that because Beyonce is coming and you figured you needed more seats?
Well, as a rumor said, Beyonce and Taylor Swift. I don't.
We want you to confirm it right here, right now.
No.
Is your job harder or easier with Kamala Harris as the nominee?
Well, my job is my job, which is to make sure that we have the infrastructure to win close elections. And that's what we've been focusing on over the last 3.5 years. I mean, with our 50-state strategy, investing more resources in our state parties than ever before, even more than the golden era of Howard Dean's 50-state strategy. Many of the battleground states in the midterms, the states that people thought were going to be swept away in a red wave, were the states we invested a lot of money and resources of putting boots on the ground, having voter protection teams. And the great thing is, we didn't get rid of all those folks from the midterms. We kept them on board, and we've only built upon those going on. Donald Trump and his campaign, you know, the RNC pulled a lot of their money from the ground. I think they're now going back to it. But the one thing that you know about politics, you don't get time back. All of that time that they wasted away doing whatever, God knows whatever with the money, we used that to open offices. And in those months, people have been knocking on doors, they've been making phone calls. And now, when we're getting tens of thousands of new volunteers, we have the capacity in order to utilize those folks.
You know, I want to reference, we're going to hear from Hillary Clinton tonight.
Yes.
And in 2016, Hillary Clinton was ahead in the polls. There was a belief that she could win. There was the talk from the Democratic Party was how well organized they were on the ground. As a reporter, I can remember talking to the Clinton campaign and them talking about their organization in states and being like, wow, they're really organized. And I remember talking to Trump's campaign, who was not able to produce the same amount of numbers in terms of field offices or volunteers or get out the vote efforts, and he won.
It's a big difference between 2016 and now. One, let's remember, Hillary Clinton got more votes than Donald Trump did. He just won in the battleground states for the Electoral College. So
it's been 70,000 votes in 3 states.
Exactly right. So the difference is, this is a hell of a different DNC. This is a DNC that has been winning close races time and time again. Take a look at the midterm elections. We overperformed. We had the best midterm elections for a incumbent president since 1934. And that didn't happen by chance. That happened because of organization on the ground that has not wilted. Hillary Clinton, when she ran, she had to really help rebuild the DNC and run a campaign at the same time. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris didn't have to do that because they invested from day one in making a strong party.
Senator Tester and Senator Brown are not here. They're in tough races. Why not be? Why are they not here?
They should not be here because the voters that they need are back home. I mean,
well, but there are a lot of elected politicians here who have voters who are back home.
Yeah, but a lot of these politicians are in safe seats as well. Like, what you need to do when you're running a close race, if I were running right now in South Carolina, I wouldn't be here either. I'd be back home talking to voters, doing the grassroots organizing that needs to happen, because the most important thing is not being on the stage. The most important thing is making sure you're talking to the people about the issues that are important to them. And so that's always my advice to politicians that are in swingy areas.
Chairman Jamie Harrison, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love talking with you, but we've got the Commerce Secretary and former Governor of Rhode Island, Gina Raimondo, taking the podium. So let's listen to the Commerce Secretary.
It's a great honor for me to be here this evening. You know, long before I was the governor of Rhode Island, I was a little girl growing up there in a middle-class family. My dad found his American dream in a watch factory in Providence. And that job gave him a way to provide for our family, a community for him to belong to, and so much pride. But like so many Americans in the 80s, after 25 years of his hard work, his job and the job of all of his friends was shipped overseas. You know, years later, my dad said to me, "Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down." And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed economic strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, but frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all across America, factories shuttered, communities got hollowed out, and people were left without their job, without hope, without the dignity that comes with a decent job. And you know, Republican economic policy failed Rhode Island. How do I know that? Because when I took office, first Democrat elected governor in a couple of decades, I inherited one of the worst economies in the country. It was a mess. But we got to work and we turned it around. We turned it around with a pro-business, pro-worker agenda. Kamala Harris has that same agenda. She knows we need an economy where the costs are low and opportunities abound. An economy where people can show up to their jobs with dignity and pride. She has a new economic vision for America. You know how she knows that? She knows it because, just like me, Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home. Her mom worked to cure breast cancer by day and feed her family at night. And as an adult, Kamala worked to lock up sex offenders and violent criminals by day. And she took care of her sick mother at night. Kamala Harris gets it. She gets that so many Americans work so hard every day and they're barely getting by. And that is not right. It is a fundamental economic principle. Hard work ought to pay off. We believe in that. And that's why the Vice President is committed to building the opportunity economy, an economy that rewards ambition, an economy that rewards hard work. She believes in an America where everyone, regardless of who you are, what you have, where you started, you got a chance to get ahead in this country. Kamala Harris will give more than 100 middle-class Americans a tax cut. She'll build 3 million new homes for the middle class. And she's going to forge an economy with fair competition, free from monopolies. Monopolies that crush workers and small businesses and startups. Kamala Harris will make building up the middle class a defining goal of her presidency. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he's going to double down on his worst economic ideas. The same ideas that shipped my dad's job overseas. Ideas that don't work. We know they don't work because they never have. He wants another huge tax cut for the wealthy. He wants to put his corrupt buddies in charge of the economy. And he wants a sales tax that's going to supercharge inflation. We cannot afford Donald Trump's failed economic ideas. But here's the thing, the most important thing. Kamala Harris works for the people. Kamala Harris works for you. And Donald Trump is in it for himself. As our president, Kamala Harris will build an economy where everyone, and she means everyone, can find and live their American dream. So let's put her in the Oval Office. Thank you.
And that was the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo. You're looking at the VIP box there, members of the Biden family, Vice President Harris's family, and Governor Walz's family as well. Coming up, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton will address the convention. We'll be right back.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Residents, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am. This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
And welcome back to the United Center here in Chicago. Democrats will aim to introduce America to Vice President Kamala Harris all this week. We'll hear from her childhood best friend. Then former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton will take the stage and make a nod to Harris's history-making role as a woman of color. And tonight's keynote speaker is President Joe Biden. The first night of the DNC is honoring his legacy as he passes the torch to Vice President Harris about a month after dropping out of the presidential race. It is quite a night here, and I want to bring in John Dickerson, our chief political analyst. And John, at the same time, this is about Joe Biden, and this is his night on this first night. It also is about passing the torch, as I said, making the transition to Kamala Harris and introducing her to the American public.
Right, and so what does that mean to pass the torch? What will Joe Biden say? Because he's got all of this energy and this love in the room, and people will be paying attention. So what will he say gets passed on to her? That people will, because passing a torch is a phrase we've heard a lot about, but what does that mean? One thing that struck me, Nora, you've watched him in Washington. Think about what he is leaving when he leaves, more than 50 years in politics. That belief that legislative business works. The idea that bipartisanship is useful and you should compromise for it. The idea that the system of politics is the way you solve problems. That's something he believes in his bones. And it'll be interesting if he talks about any of that. When people talked about a return to normalcy with Joe Biden becoming president, that's what they were talking about. How much of that is a part of tonight, I wonder? Because that is part of what he could pass on, an old-fashioned way of doing things that gets things done in Washington, as imperfect as it may be.
But people don't want normalcy now. We had COVID, then they wanted normalcy. I think now they want joy or excitement or toughness.
Sure.
It's one of the, depending on your political viewpoint. Yes.
Yes, and that'll maybe be what the last 3 days are about.
Yes. Okay, well, talking about whatever you want on the floor, there's excitement there, and that's where our co-host of CBS Mornings is Tony DeCopel. Hi there, Tony.
Hey, good to see you guys, Nora. You know, as we prepare for Hillary Clinton to take the stage and deliver her address tonight, two things have come to mind and are really circulating on the floor here. And one is the sheer contrast, very obvious already here on night one, between the Democrats and the Republicans when it comes to the formers and the priors, the past nominees, living presidents of the party, appearing on the stage here to endorse the current candidate for the next 4 years in the White House. You didn't have any of that at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee a month ago. That is striking. The other thing we've been thinking about here down on the floor in conversation with people is Hillary Clinton's book, What Happened, in which she laid out her loss in 2016. And one of the things among many that she attributed it to was sexism. Now, we've been chatting with members of the Massachusetts delegation about that in particular, one of whom in the Women's March wore an Abigail Adams quote that you may recall. Many people at the table there will.
Remember the ladies.
Remember the ladies. Exactly right, Nora. And the question is, we, of course, did not as a country remember the ladies in 1776. Will sexism continue to play a role in this campaign? It will in two ways, we've been told by the delegates here. On the one hand, yes, it continues to linger, to be an issue, sometimes latent, sometimes explicit, but it also works to the benefit of Democrats in their view. The sexism that they see in the Republican Party that leads to efforts to regulate abortion and women's bodies is energizing to these Democrats, and they think is a sign of sexism not hurting Kamala Harris, but in fact elevating her. Nora?
And now we hear Beyonce and that song Freedom that Beyonce has said Kamala Harris can use to introduce her at many of these events. We see there the vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, and his wife, Gwen, as I think people are maybe waiting to see when we're going to see Vice President Kamala Harris. That song usually introduces her out on the campaign trail. So that's building some excitement about what might be happening. Nancy, you've been out there and you've seen Kamala Harris out on the trail.
Yeah, and the excitement is off the charts compared to what we just saw a month ago. You know, we were out on the trail with her that first week with Governor Walz, and you could tell the campaign is still trying to figure out how to even deal with the huge crowds that want to come see her. This is not a campaign that was built for enormous crowds. President Biden was doing much smaller events. And so in a way, they're kind of building this airplane in the air because they don't have a lot of time to shift gears. And yet there's all this excitement out there. They want to capture it and they want to, they want to fuel it.
Let's hear what's happening because the crowd is roaring. Let's listen into what's happening on the floor right now.
Promise of America. And are we ready to fight for it? I'ma keep running because the winner don't quit on themselves. And when we fight, we win.
There's the theme of the first night for the people and there she is, the Vice President of the United States and perhaps the next President of the United States.
to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
Well, the tens of thousands inside the United Center here jumped to their feet, excited to see their nominee, Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States. A surprise tonight as she took the stage and said, when we fight, we win. Let's go now to the convention floor with senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. And Ed, tell us where you are.
Well, Nora, we just so happen to be with the California delegation, and we were talking with a few people about how they've known her for several years, back to when she was district attorney in the Bay Area to when she ran for attorney general. Brett Roberts, you're from Inglewood, California.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Good to meet you.
It's a pleasure.
How many of these have you been to?
I have been to 4, 2012, 2016.
And you were showing me what happened the first year you were here.
The first year I was here was this photo here. This is 2012. This is 2012 DNC. And I had an opportunity to meet at that time. I believe she was either the DA or ascending to be the Attorney General. And I knew at that point that this one day is going to be our nation's leader.
Why did you think that?
Well, because she was wildly intelligent, wildly brilliant. I know her passion for service, her passion for our state, for great governance, and I knew that there was something very unique and special about her.
So you have some proof that she's been at this for a little while. Remind me your name again?
My name is Dr. Charlotte Gullap Moore.
And you're from Santa Barbara, right?
I am representing Congressional District 24, Santa Barbara, California. That is Montecito, Summerlin, and Carpinteria.
Beautiful part of the state. You also had proof of the work that she's done through the years with California Democrats as well, right?
Absolutely.
How quickly can she pull it up? There we go. When was this?
So this is when she was running for Attorney General, her second term, and she came through Santa Barbara, and I believe she got married in Santa Barbara, so she always claims that she loves returning there, but I have always been a champion of her, but not just for her, but for all feminists moving forward to create sustainable, equitable actions so that we can all thrive.
You know their 10th wedding anniversary is on Thursday. What you get her? All right. Real quick, Nora, I want to talk to one other person who's here because she reminded me she's been coming to conventions since 1968. This is Dolores Huerta, of course, the famed civil rights leader. You told me you've been coming to these since 1968, right?
Yes,
it's only night one. How do you assess this one compared to conventions past?
Oh, my God, the excitement here is just incredible. I mean, you can just feel it, the joy, the excitement, it's awesome.
Well, for example, I know you're a very prominent Latina surrogate for Harris. She's trying to shore up support among Hispanics. if there's someone watching tonight who, like you and I, is Latino, what can they know about her? What should they know about her that would give them reason to vote for her?
Well, because she's always been there for Latinos and all of the work that she's done when she was Attorney General, when she was District Attorney in San Francisco, when she was our state senator in California, and of course as the Vice President. So she's somebody that has always worked for our community from day one.
All right, good to see you. Thank you so much, Ms. Huerta. Nora, California delegation and civil rights activists, college professors, Gloria Allred, the celebrity attorney. I mean, it's that kind of a delegation because it's that kind of a state. But they're good reminders that she's someone who's been at this politics for a while from the local level and now, of course, running for president. Nora?
Ed O'Keefe, I absolutely love your interviews from the floor. I just think they're terrific, and I love that people have their old pictures. And a quick response about the anniversary gift. She said I gave her my vote.
There you go. That's all she needs, probably.
No, it's great. It's great color, as we say, from the floor, hearing people's excitement and how long they've known Kamala Harris. Thank you so much. I want to note that at the podium right now is Tony Goldwyn. He may look familiar to you. He's a very famous actor, of course, known for playing President of the United States in the show Scandal alongside Kerry Washington. Want to listen to him because he is about to introduce Coach Steve Kerr, the former Chicago Bulls player, Olympics and Golden State Warriors coach. And Coach Kerr knows Harris very well. He's offered his endorsement. He's also been outspoken on the issue of gun shootings across America, those mass shootings. So let's listen in for just a minute to Tony Goldwyn. Nope.
Please welcome 9-time NBA champion and coach of the 2024 Olympic gold-winning men's basketball team, Steve Kerr.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days, and I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season, all right? But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
And the Democratic crowd here loved hearing from Coach Steve Kerr. And the next speaker we're going to hear from is the president of the UAW, Shawn Fain. I want to bring in Robert Costa. And it is really interesting to see both the Republican and Democratic parties fight over the working class vote and the union vote.
He's such an important person for the Harris campaign. I've spent a lot of time with Shawn Fain over the past year. We've gone around the country, and I've really tracked his efforts. And when you think about the UAW, what do you think about? Detroit, Michigan. You think about the upper Midwest. You think about the industrial areas of Michigan, Pennsylvania. But what's so interesting about Fain is that he's trying to build a labor movement in the Deep South. I was with him in Chattanooga, Tennessee, trying to get a union effort going in a VW plant down there. And because of all of the car manufacturing in the South these days, because car companies have been moving there due to the costs, it's easier to make a car down there. He's really trying to make inroads for his union, but he's also trying to make inroads effectively for the Democratic Party. Can they have political force in the Deep South? And you think about 2021, 2 Democrats elected to the Senate from Georgia. So there's a precedent that the Democrats can start to get a foothold there. But if they're going to do better this time around in 2024, it's going to be because of people like Shawn Fain.
And now let's listen to the president of the UAW, Shawn Fain. The UAW just recently filed federal labor charges against Trump and Elon Musk. Let's listen in.
All right. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance, 2 lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab. That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers, it hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Chicago for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, You cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
One of the strongest and most powerful speeches of the night from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of the Bronx and Harlem. We're going to take a quick break because when we come back, the former Secretary of State and First Lady Hillary Clinton. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off.
that kind of
Oh,
thing.
that's pretty good.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to Chicago and night one of the Democratic National Committee, where there's already been a surprise appearance by the Vice President Kamala Harris addressing this crowd. And moments from now, we are expected to hear from Hillary Clinton. In the meantime, we are going to hear from Kamala Harris's childhood best friend, Stacey Johnson Batiste. She is taking the stage with her mother. The two grew up together in Berkeley, California in the 60s and 70s. Let's listen in.
Excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang. And Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm commitment and her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. My mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity.
It's almost the top of the hour. We're going to pause for a moment to let the CBS television network join our coverage.
Children who were abused.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
And welcome to night one of the Democratic National Convention. It has already been quite a powerful night of speeches as this party is united behind the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. We are listening right now to the former Secretary of State and 2016 Democratic presidential candidate, Hillary Clinton. She began by thanking President Joe Biden and is now talking about the choice in this election. Let's listen.
Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The the freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Hillary Clinton, who herself almost shattered the highest and hardest glass ceiling, throwing her full weight behind Kamala Harris, saying this is a contest about freedom. Freedom from fear, freedom from intimidation, freedom from chaos. In her words, an impassioned set of remarks as she's thrown her full support and asking everyone here to do all that they can and not be complacent to make sure that Kamala Harris becomes the first woman ever elected president of the United States. It has been quite a night here on night one of this Democratic National Convention from here in Chicago. There was already a surprise appearance from Vice President Kamala Harris just about over an hour ago, where she addressed the crowd. Let's listen.
This November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
And we are going to hear from some of the biggest names in Democratic politics this week celebrating the historic nomination of the Vice President, Kamala Harris, the first woman of color to lead a major party's presidential ticket. And while this week's convention is about the future, tonight is billed as sort of a tribute as well to President Joe Biden and his legacy of more than 50 years of public service. There have been a lot of twists and turns in this 2024 election. It is unlike anything we have ever seen in recent history. It's been about a month since Biden dropped out of the race and threw his support behind Harris. So let me give you a preview of what's coming up tonight. We're going to hear from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock, and First Lady Jill Biden. And then President Biden will be tonight's keynote speaker, where he will symbolically pass the torch to his vice president. This is the President earlier taking the stage, getting a sense of the podium. I want to bring in our powerhouse political team, CBS's chief political analyst, John Dickerson, chief election campaign correspondent, Robert Costa, and chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes. And Nancy, you covered Hillary Clinton and that campaign in 2016. She is trying to say this is the continuation of that unfinished business with her campaign.
And who better to remind Democrats not to get complacent? Reminding them, hey, back in 2016, the polls had me ahead too. And guess what? We lost.
By 70,000 votes in 3 battleground states.
Exactly. And so what she said tonight was that President Trump, former President Trump, is lying about her record. He said he's mocking her name and her laugh. Sound familiar? Reminding everyone in this room, but more broadly, Democrats across the country, hey, if you want to defeat him, you've got to fight. You can't get complacent for a moment.
John Dickerson, just to hear that, she also leveled an indictment against Donald Trump, her one-time opponent, about his own criminal record.
Oh, she did, and obviously the campaign has enjoyed talking about the fact that Kamala Harris said Kamala Harris for the people as a prosecutor, and he's a convicted felon. But what I found most interesting about what Hillary Clinton said is you can define people many ways. You can talk about their qualities, but you can also connect them to a movement, and that's what she did when Hillary Clinton was talking about the history of women in politics who've succeeded. She wrote Kamala Harris into that history. And so if you're trying to get people excited about a candidate, you can tell them lots of wonderful things about them. But you can also raise their sense of excitement about a movement and then say, and that excitement you feel, here's the way to carry that forward. It finds something inside of voters and connects this new person to it. And I felt that was also, and that's something only you could do with Kamala Harris. You can't, of course, obviously, you couldn't have done that with Joe Biden. And another thing tonight that struck me that can only be done with Kamala Harris and not Joe Biden, which is when Kamala Harris showed up and said, we are moving forward. In a sense, that's a political cliche. Yeah, but when you're a 59-year-old next-generation politician, you can say it and your body and life present it. That would not have been the case, of course, with Joe Biden. These are things only Kamala Harris can do for the party, and that's what's been on display tonight.
Robert Costa as well. We have seen a number of, whether it's labor leaders or more, talking about the strength of Kamala Harris and this next generation of the Democratic Party.
And what a full circle it is for President Biden tonight. Speaking on stage right now, Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. It was in early 2020. The Biden campaign was on the ropes. He had lost Iowa, lost New Hampshire. He met with Clyburn in Charleston, and they said, let's put together a coalition. We can make you the nominee. Clyburn gave his endorsement. We all know the end of the story. Biden becomes the nominee, wins the White House. Tonight has been about getting up. Get up. That's what Joe Biden always says his father told him to do, told other Bidens to do. When you get knocked down, you get up. And tonight's about those Democratic constituencies getting up for Vice President Harris. On the stage, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, a star among the progressives nationwide. State Senator Mallory McMorrow of Michigan, another rising star from the industrial Midwest. And Sean Fain, so close to the president, the head of the United Auto Workers. Will labor come out? Well, Sean Fain gave a searing speech where he went after former President Trump as a scab. It should be noted, this convention is about celebration, celebrating President Biden, celebrating Vice President Harris, but there's political muscle on display. This is an awakening for the Democratic Party. It's a tricky road to the White House. The Electoral College, not easy for the Democrats to win. And there's an acknowledgement in this room. It's going to be a fight.
And let's bring in our CBS Mornings co-host, Tony Dokoupil, because he is on the convention floor here at the United Center talking to many of the delegates and party activists. Tony?
Nora, I want to take you down back onto the floor, and the feeling here when Hillary Clinton walked out, and it was though someone had plugged in a cable, a current was connected, and there was pure electricity in the room. I was watching this speech alongside Jennifer Jones here, a delegate from the state of Massachusetts. She marched in the Women's March several years ago, and she's the one I mentioned earlier with the history of Abigail Adams and the Remember the Ladies quote. This was a speech that meant something to you. I could see it on your face. What were you thinking as you watched Hillary Clinton deliver her remarks?
It was just amazing to hear from her. I know the extraordinary challenge after the 2016 election, but for her to take this mantle and place it on Kamala Harris's shoulders and say that it's time for her generation to take this on, It's amazing. I'm just so proud to be here supporting Kamala Harris, Tim Walz. This is an amazing time for the country.
You mentioned earlier you've got 2 daughters. One of them helped you with the fascinator on your head right now. And a lot of the activism and the advocacy that you do is for their generation. What would it mean for you, for them, to have the first woman sit in the Oval Office as president of the United States, and not for nothing, oversee the 250th anniversary, the birthday of this country?
I am super excited. I can see the amount of, one of my daughters, my youngest, helps me with all my political stuff, comes to my committee meetings and everything. My older daughter is now fixated on this election. It's been great to see them really say, wow. To have Kamala Harris win this election, it means that my kids' freedom, their health care is secure. It means their friends' health care, however they choose to live their lives, however they feel to express themselves, that they're secure. It means so much for our country. We need this. We need this.
Watching the emotion on your face as Hillary Clinton came out and the warm welcome she received from this crowd, it really felt like 2016 again, with a little difference. If you had to summarize it in a single emotion, what would that be?
We've learned. We've grown since 2016. We know that we're not just going to get this because we have the best candidate. We're going to get this because we all work hard and come together. Men, women, whatever your background is, bring it. We need to win. It's time.
Jennifer Jones, thank you so much for waiting with me, watching the speech, and sharing your perspective. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nora, I'm going to send it back to you.
Tony DeCopel, thank you for sharing with us some of the electricity from the convention floor. The Democrats roared, gave standing ovations because in the last hour, we have heard some powerful remarks from a string of Harris supporters, including civil rights leaders, basketball coach Steve Kerr, union leaders, UAA President Shawn Fain, and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Let's listen.
In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class.
Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
We can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night.
Ashley Etienne is the former communications director for Vice President Harris and is now a CBS News political contributor. She's also here at the convention. And Ashley, you've been listening to these remarks along with us, and it is quite a string of strong speeches, not only introducing, endorsing Kamala Harris, but laying down a thick indictment on Donald Trump.
Absolutely. I think what Democrats were trying to achieve tonight was not only defining who Kamala Harris is, but defining this moment in terms of sense of urgency. In addition to that, drawing this clear contrast with former President Donald Trump. The one thing I would love to bring to viewers tonight, Nora, is what I'm hearing from my former colleagues in the White House about what the president is saying about his speech tonight and the mandate that he's giving the team. He's telling the team internally that we've got to run through the tape. They've got to run through the tape for several reasons. One, they want to cement and continue his legacy. They're sort of looking at a 100-day strategy. What do we need to achieve in the next 100 days to really further advance his legacy? They understand the importance of it, not just for Joe Biden, but what it means for Kamala Harris and for her race right now. So that's the sense in the room within the White House. It's pretty bittersweet, as you can imagine. There are some that are obviously excited about the vice president. There are some that feel like this didn't end the way that they wanted it to. But the president is keeping them focused on his agenda and continuing the work that he's done for the American people. That's the message he's going to bring tonight. He's going to tell the arc of his legacy, but he's continuing to remind the folks internally that it's not over. They still have more work to be done, and they've got to do it not just for the American people, but to continue to bolster Kamala Harris's candidacy.
Ashley Etienne, who used to work with Vice President Kamala Harris. Ashley, thank you so much, with also that mood from inside the White House as President Biden is set to take the stage and not only endorse his vice president in a way that explains what they've been working on together. Let's go now. You can see Adriana Diaz. She's right there near the stage where we will see the president soon. And I know, Adriana, you have some information about what else we're going to hear tonight, because reproductive rights is a big topic this week at the convention. We already heard Hillary Clinton talking about how freedom is part of this agenda.
We did. Good evening, Nora. We really are right in the thick of it, just off the stage. And reproductive rights is a big theme tonight. We expect 4 more speakers at least to tackle this issue head on. 3 women who have experiences to share, one of them who almost died when she was refused service at a hospital, 2 hospitals in Louisiana when she was going through a miscarriage. And another is Haley Duvall. She is from Kentucky. Her story helped Andy Beshear, the Democratic governor of that very red state, win his re-election in the fall. Her story about being raped as a child by her stepfather and how she became pregnant at age 12. Her ad supporting Andy Beshear helped him cross the finish line. She will speak tonight. She will introduce the governor, who, as we know, was one of the contenders possibly for VP. He will speak tonight focusing on abortion. He calls himself a proud pro-choice governor, but it really depends on turnout. Abortion was a huge issue in the midterms. It led to a huge wave of turnout, but will that have the same effect today? Our new CBS News poll out just yesterday found that 51% of Americans surveyed said that abortion is a major factor. We'll have to see if that will take them to the polls. Nora?
Adriana Diaz with that important reminder, and what some of the speakers to do will help explain that when a woman has a miscarriage, she often needs an abortion to save her life or to make sure that she can have another child. Sort of the basics of medical care that will be explained tonight. Let's go now to senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who is on the convention floor. And Ed, who are you speaking with tonight?
Well, Nora, picking up on the issue of abortion rights, I met earlier today Helen Sheehan from Shaker Heights, Ohio, who was showing off her hat to me. And she pointed out there's a lot of different buttons from the past, but there's one up there that you said is from the future.
Yes, it's for the future. Can you see it?
Election.
It says, I am Roe. And it is a pin for the future, a pin for the future of my daughters, for our friends' daughters, so that they have the freedom to choose how they get their health care, where they get their health care, from physicians and not legislators.
And you're from Ohio, which is a harder state at the presidential level, but you were making the point to me, it can help with other statewide races, with other local races, because you had a ballot measure last year that really galvanized voters in the state.
Yes, Ohio passed a reproductive rights and health care constitutional amendment, 57%, and there were Democrats, Republicans, and independents that voted for it because they understand the importance of having the right to choose and the right to their health care decisions.
Let's just have you lean down again so we can take another look at the button. So I am Roe, my body, my choice. We're seeing a lot of these kinds of messages, these kinds of pins, obviously a lot of concern among these delegates about that issue, believing that it is something that can help drive voters to the polls. We should point out in our CBS News poll that came out just yesterday, 51% of Americans say it's an important issue. It's a top 10 issue. Inflation and the economy are tops, but Democrats believe it's one of those that can help bring out voters in Arizona, in Georgia, in Michigan, Wisconsin, and beyond. And if not for the presidential contest in Ohio, maybe to help the Senate candidate, Sherrod Brown, who's in one of the closest Senate races this year, Nora.
Ed O'Keefe on the convention floor, thank you very much. And as noted, we are waiting to hear shortly from the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, then Ashley Biden, their daughter, and then President Joe Biden tonight is the keynote speaker on this first night. Nancy Cordes is our chief White House correspondent. And what will we hear from President Biden?
The buzzword from White House officials I've spoken to is optimism. They keep stressing that this is going to be an optimistic speech He will talk about himself, but in the context of the fight that he has been waging for the past 4 years with Kamala Harris at his side, their joint accomplishments, and then he will pass the torch. He will remind people why he chose Kamala Harris as his vice president to begin with. He will talk about her strengths, and he will make it clear there are no bad feelings, that he is wholeheartedly embracing her as the nominee, and they keep stressing he is going to talk about the future, not about the past.
We saw in Robert Costa's interview with President Biden, he is almost in some ways annoyed that people don't give him credit for his legislative accomplishments.
Absolutely.
Talk about what President Biden, Kamala Harris, and that team was able to accomplish that they feel will change the directory of this country in an FDR-like way.
You know, he passed more consequential legislation than President Obama did. He passed the Inflation Reduction Act, major infrastructure spending, Chips and Science Act to rebuild the manufacturing sector when it comes to computer chips. He really feels strongly that he got a lot done. And that's why they started pushing Bidenomics, because he really felt that he should celebrate it, but it never caught on.
One of these stars of the Democratic Party is freshman Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas. Let's listen in.
Our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all, he's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the 2 choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. While Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th, Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first Attorney General in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials, but what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision For a better America or not, I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness, one who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best: there's always light if only we are brave enough to see it, if only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
There's much more ahead. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, and later First Lady Jill Biden and President Joe Biden.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
If zombies took over the world, where would you go, Gil?
Where would you go? Where would you hide? Oprah's house.
Very good. Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
Human remains found this week.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app. Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
I'm always looking at where the story goes next. I hope that our guests come on and share something. For Americans, they're feeling it pretty hard.
I know.
That you will leave better informed, I can tell you that.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic Convention from Chicago and the United Center, where we've already had a surprise appearance by Vice President Kamala Harris. And we're waiting to hear not only from President Joe Biden, but First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to talk about his presidency and passing the torch to his vice president. On the agenda tonight, as well as hearing from civil rights leaders, union leaders, leaders and the next generation of Democratic Party leaders are issues. Right now, a discussion about reproductive rights, which has been at the centerpiece of Vice President Kamala Harris's agenda. Nancy Cortez covers the White House for us. This is something Kamala Harris has said. If Congress passes this and she's president, she will sign something to put Roe versus Wade essentially back into law and restore reproductive rights.
Right. And interestingly, when she first started going on the road to talk about this issue, she kind of balked. She didn't want to be typecast as the woman vice president talking about a woman's issue. But she came to realize that she was a superior messenger, frankly, than the President of the United States, whose views about abortion have shifted over time. And that really was at the heart of her agenda over the past year, making the case in state to state to state that Roe v. Wade needed to be restored, and that the only way to do it was to re-elect first Biden and Harris, now Harris and Walz, and of course, to elect enough Democrats to the House and Senate as well.
Donald Trump, in an interview with CBS today, saying once again that he is proud of his record overturning Roe versus Wade, also asked about whether he would ban the ability to ship abortion pills across state. That was part of a big interview on CBS today with Donald Trump and our own Caitlin Huey-Burns. Robert?
That's exactly right. Former President Trump told Caitlin Huey-Burns that he stands by his position on abortion. That's exactly what Democrats want to hear. What you see tonight from Democrats here on stage is a dusting off of the playbook from the 2022 midterm elections, where Democrats saw an activation of their core voters and a lot of traditionally non-voters out there who come to the polls on this issue specifically. And they believe if you couple that energy on this front with the energy behind a new candidate in Vice President Harris, that could be enough in some of these battleground states to beat Trump.
As a candidate, you always want to talk about the issues you are fluid in talking about. And when Vice President Harris talks about reproductive rights, she has a forcefulness, she has an ownership of the issue that is compelling that for any kind of candidate. Donald Trump, by contrast, when he talks about mifepristone, the abortion pill, it is in search of a landing spot. He has no, so in politics it's often whose turf are you on? And this turf is not just about the single issue of reproductive rights. It goes into that larger question of freedom, who makes your choices for you. That's one that if the Democrats are talking about that, that's certainly better for their campaign.
Governor Walz likes to say, mind your own damn business. Let's listen now to Hadley Duvall. At 22, she was raped by her stepfather. Let's listen in.
Women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parents' child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others. Governor Andy Beshear.
That was Hadley Duvall, who at 22 years old became an abortion rights advocate after I mentioned she was raped by her stepfather when she was just 12 years old, became pregnant and miscarried, shining a light on what so many young victims of abuse have gone through. And that has catapulted her into national fame and also into political ads to Governor Andy Beshear, a Democrat in a red state. Let's listen.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Well, an electrifying speech by Reverend Raphael Warnock, one of the senators from Georgia, the first African-American senator from Georgia who won in a very tight contest there with some rousing remarks. And this night really has been about emphasizing the history-making nature of Vice President Kamala Harris, starting with a speech by Hillary Clinton and more. But it's already 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and we have yet to hear from the keynote speaker, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief. The 81-year-old Joe Biden has not yet spoken because some of these speeches have run long and they started late. And we still have 3 more speakers before we hear from the sitting President of the United States. What do you think's going on, Nancy?
I don't know, Nora. At this point, they are going to push him out of prime time, not only in the Eastern time zone, but potentially even in the Central time zone. And this is a night that's supposed to be, we were told, about celebrating President Biden. But what we really heard in that last hour was from the next crop of leaders in the Democratic Party. Andy Beshear of Kentucky, Raphael Warnock, just now of Georgia, Jasmine Crockett of Texas, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York. In a night that we thought we were going to be celebrating Joe Biden, we're actually celebrating the next generation.
Yeah, this was not scheduled to be a breakfast speech, but it's heading that direction. It would have been, all of those speakers would have been in conflict with President Biden. All of this talk of the future. So thematically, the night has been the nominees' night, and the crowd will go crazy. Thank you, Joe. You know, they will be on their feet and ready for it. The country probably won't see that because it's now been pushed and continues to be pushed later.
Robert, they are currently handing out the signs on the floor that say, "We love Joe." We've heard many of the speakers, of course, express their admiration for the sitting president, even though he had to bow out of this contest after that very difficult debate performance. What happens now?
Well, you're listening right now to Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. I just stopped by his Senate office the other day for a couple hours, and he walked me through all of his stuff from Rehoboth Beach and his family vacations in Delaware. Deeply personal. He got emotional as he went through his relationship with President Biden. So we're entering a period of the convention where it's about the story of President Biden, elected to the Senate in 1972, ups and downs, tragedies, humiliations, always the comeback. But this night has also been about what Secretary Clinton was talking about in the top of the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time, that Democrats can't be lulled right now into this feeling that everything's great. Vice President Harris is joyful. She's up in the polls. There's a sense that Democrats need to remember that Donald Trump was able to win in 2016, even if he didn't win the popular vote. He was able to win the Electoral College. You heard a lot of speakers tonight attacking Trump in sharp ways on abortion rights and other issues. A warning to Democrats that while this night ends with President Biden on stage, it's really about waking up Democrats to make sure they're on the ground and working for Vice President Harris.
Robert Costa, thank you. As you can see, the signs are coming out. Jill, as now Senator Coons from Delaware, speaking warmly about the Biden family, who he knows so well. Let's go to Ed O'Keefe, who is down on the convention floor. Ed?
Nora, to the point about why things are running late, we were told by delegates that they had been delayed significantly trying to get in here, both because of traffic issues and those protests earlier in the evening that had blocked certain streets as some protesters tried to jump the fence. That caused the traffic backup. And when things began almost an hour late, there were several empty seats in this hall. Not anymore. Democrats have double the number of delegates as Republicans. It's just the way they do it. Massive arena here. It is standing room only, and these very patient folks in yellow vests have been telling us to get out of the way. People here have had their views blocked all night. And we should point out, Jared, if you can pan, we're here sort of at the feet of the vice president and her husband. There you see Governor Walz and his wife, Gwen. And there are members of the Biden family. His sister, Valerie, has been up there all night as well, surrounded by a sea of people, again, who have been coming in late to hear the president. And so while it is after 11 o'clock in the East, and people may be going to bed back home, this room has not left because they know what's coming, and they want to see the president and the first lady, Nora.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you, and excellent camera work by Jared. Nancy Cortez.
Nora, it's a little bit like the evening news when every correspondent just goes 10 seconds too long and then suddenly your show is over by a minute and you have to figure out what to cut. I'm told by organizers of tonight's convention that the problem was that there were just too many speakers who went a little bit too long. Now, how did we get 45 minutes too long? That would really be a math problem with 30 minutes on the evening news. But that led to the situation that we're in right now, where we're still waiting at 11:10 Eastern for President Biden.
I don't understand the evening news analogy.
You remember Jill Biden, the First Lady's about to speak. You remember the note she wrote right after President Biden made his decision? It had a thinly veiled message for a lot of people who read it. She said, to all those who believe, to all those who stood with us, we stand with you, we appreciate you. It's going to be very intriguing tonight how much of First Lady Jill Biden's perspective on this decision and this moment comes through. When I spoke to President Biden, he told me, I said, how's the First Lady doing with all this? He said she stepped up. She stepped up in helping him thinking through the cancer moonshot, talking about different items for the final months, kind of bracing him for how to think about his presidency as he looks towards January 2025. But she, as he always says, she's from Philadelphia. I grew up near Philadelphia, outside in Bucks County. People from Philadelphia have, lovingly they would argue, an edge.
And with that introduction, the lovely First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, an Eagles fan, of course, an avid runner, a teacher who teaches English as a second language, who has spent her life advocating on behalf of military families. Let's listen.
I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating. So when I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you. I adore you because you embrace change from my generation and the ones to come. I look up to you. Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul
and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Beau, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Beau to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Beau is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Beau passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you. You're incredible. Thanks for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you, are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had to listen to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show The major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saves? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, well, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. That's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than we're under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. Took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look, Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was the consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that it was the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, than my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread, until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. Thank you. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased our taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Walz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Walsh has Camden ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
President Biden wrapping up this first night of the Democratic Convention here in Chicago, saying for 50 years, I have given my heart and my soul to this country. And he said, I love my job, but I love my country more. And that is part of the reason he decided to not seek re-election and pass the torch to Kamala Harris in what has been an electrifying first day of this 4-day Democratic convention. He came out to this crowd. There was a standing ovation for about 4.5 minutes. It never seemed to end. People on their feet saying, we love you, Joe, with those big placards there. John Dickerson is with us. John?
Fired up Joe, too, for the whole speech, full of energy. It was both a victory lap, all that he had done, took cheers, endless cheers, really. barbs at Donald Trump, of course, but then he also at the end turned and became kind of the grand marshal of the Harris-Walz campaign. Not just saying, oh, and Kamala Harris helped me too, but they will carry this on. And if the theme of the night has been everybody has to work harder than ever for the various things that they believe in and care so much about, that was his final message. I gave my best to you, himself as a model for the party that he hopes will give their best to keep that dream going.
Robert, he spent a lot of the speech, it was a long speech, talking about his many accomplishments.
And a long career, a political life that began in the darkness of 1972, losing his wife and his daughter, ends age 81 here on this stage, at least for now, talking about optimism, saying, yes, he's not happy with everything that's gone on in his presidency or his career, but he ended, and he was determined to do this, I'm told by his advisors, on a high note, to send a message to the Democratic Party: chin up, cheer up, go win.
Adriana Diaz is over on the podium where she could see the family, many of them gathered backstage. As Joe Biden said, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end, something he learned from his own father. You could see the family backstage, Adriana?
Nora, I had a direct line to backstage where we saw family members gathered. We saw Hunter Biden sitting down, locked in on the screen of his father. Hunter, who's been engulfed in so much turmoil, just hanging on every word of his father. But we also saw tears. We saw high-level staffers who've been around the Biden family supporting them, wiping tears away with their hands, grabbing tissues. Just as the president came out, there was just that a heavy, emotional moment. For the Bidens, politics has always been a family affair, and his family and his inner circle are surely feeling the poignancy of this moment.
People give a lot of their lives when they're in political campaigns. They leave their families for long periods of times. They pour everything into these campaigns because they do, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, they care deeply about this country and they sacrifice a lot in the name of public service. Ed O'Keefe is on the floor, convention floor. I can imagine it's quite a scene there, Ed.
It really was, Nora, a sea of these "We Love Joe" and "Thank You, Joe" signs for what was kind of a rhetorical anthology. All of the big the themes of his speeches, his policy achievements. And the only person I saw fall asleep during this speech, and you can forgive him for this, was the president's 4-year-old grandson, Bo Jr., who was awake at the start but gave out after about 10 minutes. His grandchildren, the First Lady, sat here on the floor near us. Quite emotional for them. They were in tears at times watching not only their aunt or their daughter or their wife, Ashley, but then the president himself. There was one brief interruption as some protesters tried to unfurl a banner in the back of the arena. Others stepped in pretty quickly to block them and stop them. And it was a late night. It's now Tuesday morning, and they'll be here again in just a few hours to start again, Nora.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much for your reporting, and that wraps up the first day of the Democratic National Convention. Join us all week for the CBS Evening News and more primetime coverage of the DNC right here on CBS. For all of us at CBS News, thanks for staying up late with us or into the morning. I'm Nora O'Donnell. I was going to say good night from Chicago, but good morning from Chicago. See you tomorrow.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions